Great seat. Welcome. Welcome everybody to the initial public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates to 2022-2023. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and the waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I welcome Minister Wendy Tuckerman and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of local government. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearings. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. The proceedings are also being recorded and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. And Minister, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, could everybody please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister Tuckerman, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn in, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, I ask you each in turn to please state your full name, position, title and agency, and swear either an oath or affirmation. The words of both, the oath and affirmation, are on the cards on the table in front of you. So if we can please begin with the first witness to my left, Mr. Baxter.
My name's Keith Williams Baxter, Director of Emergency Recovery at the Office of Local Government at the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Good morning. Mrs. Alison Nancy Dench. I'm the Executive Director for Local Government with the Office of Local Government in the Department of Planning and Environment. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Michael Castle, Secretary of the Department of Planning and Environment. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Melanie Hawes, Deputy Secretary for Crown Lands and Local Government within the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. My name is Karen Bishop. I'm the Director of Sector Performance and Intervention at the Office of Local Government. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name's Melissa Gibbs. I'm the Director of Policy and Sector Development at the Office of Local Government within the Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name's Michelle Fletcher. I'm the Director of Marine, Coast, Estuaries and Flood with the New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you all. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 p.m. We'll have a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. We're joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:15 p.m, and again we'll have a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of the morning and afternoon sessions for government questions. I note that we have also a government member, Mr. Barrett, who is attending by WebEx. Thank you very much for your attendance today, and we will commence with questions from the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Minister for attending. Appreciate your time today, and all of you, in fact. We really appreciate you coming along. Minister, I want to investigate this theme of developers on council. Now, I know this predates your time and we covered some of this in the previous round of estimates, but I think it's important by way of context. Have you been briefed on the debacle that your predecessor, Minister Hancock, presided over in respect of Mayor Antoine Dwahi?
Yes, I'm aware of that matter.
So, Minister, that investigation by your office, the OLG, from the time that it was reported, took about 2 years. Then it was referred to NCAT, who again took quite some time. They eventually came to a decision that Mayor Dwahi did in fact breach the Act by not declaring his property interests. By the time they came to meting out a punishment, which was in fact a reprimand, it was some 4 years after the event took place. All the while, well, not quite all the while, most of the time, Mayor Dwahi continued to sit on council. Do you accept that that was the case?
I believe so, yes.
Do you think it's acceptable we have a situation where an investigation takes that long, at the end of the day, a simple reprimand, and the conflict which causes the problem is allowed to continue through all that time, whilst the ratepayers presumably have this view that they are protected by legislation in terms of those sort of conflicts? Can you see the issue here?
Absolutely, I can see the issue. I believe there is a presumption of innocence and people are entitled to be investigated and entitled to have that presumption of innocence. I don't have the power to suspend councillors when they are being investigated. What I am doing as a minister is reviewing the misconduct framework, any recommendations from ICAC. What I'm trying to achieve is to ensure that the framework is robust and is able to give confidence in the community that those provisions are in place to ensure that the councillors are best representing them as a community. So I understand your question, and it is a concern. I have asked the reviewer to look at the issue and to make recommendations in the report.
I appreciate that perspective, Minister, but you would also appreciate now that I've been doing this for some, I think since I got elected, but at least for three years, and I think we've had 3 ministers. You're the 3rd minister now. And this isn't a new revelation. Like, we've been bringing this up round after round after round, and you have a situation where an investigation and punitive action, to the extent that you could call it punitive action, took a full term of council, and you're telling me that we're having a review and that you don't have the power to enforce, but you're a Minister of the Crown. You can bring legislation to the floor of the Parliament to change this, can't you?
Well, that's what I'm intending to do, Mr. Buttigieg, and that's what the review hopefully will enable me to do. In regards to investigations, since I become minister, and can I say I became minister in late December, I have asked the department to ensure that the backlog of investigations are looked at, to come up with some way of ensuring those investigations aren't taking as long as they have been, and that has certainly been reviewed by the department, and I'm pleased to say we have seen some improvement in that. As I said, I'm absolutely intent of ensuring that the framework is strengthened, that the way we deal with investigations is promptly, and that we continue to strengthen this sector in that regard.
Minister, could I take you to another relatively more recent example? And this is by way of context, because I think it's important we learn from these examples to inform how we're going to improve this. You'll recall that at the last round of estimates, we raised the issue of Councillor Sarah Richards on Hawkesbury Council, now I understand recently elected Mayor McMahon on Hawkesbury Council, whereby her partner Matthew Bennett was found to have been a property developer, at least on the company website.
Point of order, Madam
Chair, I haven't finished articulating the argument.
You have to articulate truth. That's not true. He has not been found a property developer who's been not, and the department said that. So you should not mislead the minister.
Chair, with all due respect, I was qualifying that by saying that on the website it offered end-to-end property development services. That's what the website says, and that's
not
what
found as a property developer.
That's what we raised with you, Minister. And there was an investigation that took place.
I think we can carry on.
To go to the member's point, there was an investigation that took place by the OLG, and the finding was that Mr. Bennett did not satisfy the definition of a property developer under the Act. Are you aware of that, what that definition is, Minister?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you articulate that to the committee?
So the property developer under the Act is defined as an individual or a corporation if the individual or corporation carries on a business mainly concerned with the residential or commercial development of land with the ultimate purpose of the sale or lease of the land for profit, and in course of that business, one relevant planning application has been made by or on behalf of the individual or corporation and is pending, or 3 or more relevant planning applications made on or behalf of the individual or corporation has been determined within the preceding 7 years. A person who is a close associate of an individual or a corporation referred to in the paragraph. Yeah. Any activity engaged in by an individual or corporation for the dominant purpose of providing commercial premises.
That's okay, Minister. Thank you. I think you've covered the relevant. So the point is that we had a situation here where this fellow had spruiked end-to-end property development services on the website, and in fact had lodged a DA for a subdivision of 104 lots, but yet technically didn't satisfy the definition, which I think Ms Dench wrote a letter to him to that effect, saying that he didn't satisfy the definition of a developer. Yet we've got a DA, a subdivision for a DA in 2017 for 104 lots. My question is, Minister, well, that makes it okay, does it? Because it's 2017. My question, Minister, is that given what we've seen and the evidence we presented and the decision from the OLG that it didn't satisfy the Act, do you think the Act is sufficiently tight to stop this sort of thing happening?
Well, the definition under the Electoral Act is not a matter for my portfolio. So that's under the Electoral Commission.
But you're in Cabinet, aren't you?
Beg your pardon?
You're in Cabinet, aren't you?
Yes, that's correct. I am in Cabinet.
So you don't have input into overlap legislation?
So there's been no concerns raised with me that the property developer definition is insufficient.
Well, I'm raising those concerns now by giving you an example of where it doesn't work.
Your campaign to smear
So I'm asking
Sarah,
you, Minister, the question is very, very straightforward. Do you think, given that historical example, that the Act is adequate enough to protect the ratepayers of New South Wales from those conflicts?
Well, the matter has been investigated and it's been determined that that definition is not pertinent to the candidate or the now councillor.
Minister, can you see why this is difficult? Because the common understanding is that property developers and their close family members are not entitled to sit on councils because of the obvious potential conflict of interest. This councillor's husband runs a business that is called BCM Real Estate and Development that is offering, quote, end-to-end property development services, and yet that does not constitute technically a breach of the Act. Can you see how on the surface of it that might seem incongruous?
Well, the definition is what the definition is.
But Minister,
obviously,
I'm incredulous, Minister. You are a cabinet minister sitting in a government which has input into legislation, and you're telling me as the Minister for Local Government you don't have an issue with that definition?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's good, thank you. Can I ask, was Mr Bennett formally interviewed by the OLG?
Well, I'd have to ask the OLG. I don't have any input into the investigation.
Ms Dench, are you able to answer that?
I'd need to take that one on notice.
And what about Sarah Richards? Was she formally interviewed by the OLG?
Take that on notice and I'll get that information for you before
It would be
the end of the
useful
day.
if we could have that for this afternoon.
Yeah, before the end of the day.
Thank you. Was anyone interviewed by the OLG?
I'll get that information for you by the end of the day.
Okay.
Didn't win Macquarie. I don't know why you're still pursuing her.
We're pursuing it because property developers and their family members should not be on council.
It was all about Macquarie.
We have a
All
right.
about Susan Templeman.
We asked the question.
Apologies, members.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr Pearson.
Chair, I think you know what the point of order is.
I think I do.
We're here to question the Minister and the Department rather than
Smearing
having an
someone.
argy-bargy.
Continuing a smear campaign.
Mr. Mallard, if
to call the members to order.
Please, members, let's focus our questions to the Minister. Thank you.
Minister, I've given you two emblematic examples, and there are many more, but we don't have endless time here. One where the recourse for someone incorrectly declaring their property interests is clearly inadequate. A four-year result, slap on the wrist, continue to sit on council. Then we have the spectre of people being able to change the name of their company, technically not comply with the definition of the Act and still have that conflict. I'm going to give you another example now that's come to light recently, and I want to get your view on it. I'm going to table some documents here which will allow us to step through a similar sort of situation. And the purpose of this, Minister, is to show you that this legislation is impotent, ineffective and dysfunctional and doesn't protect the New South Wales ratepayer. So there's three packs of documents. One is a group of local government candidate disclosure forms, and the other two suites of documents are ASIC extracts. If I could just distribute those. So, Minister, whilst we're waiting for those documents to be circulated, you would be aware that it is illegal for developers to contribute donations to candidates for local government. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And
Thank you.
if we have a situation where that's occurring, do you think that the system which picks that up should be, if you're looking this through the prism of a New South Wales ratepayer, you would expect that the system would be proactive and people wouldn't have to go trawling through piles and piles of documents to show that someone's illegally donating. The system should pick that up, shouldn't it, in an ideal world?
Well, yes.
just for the sake of you, Minister, are you in receipt of those documents yet?
They're just being prepared.
Oh, okay,
to be
I'm
handed.
sorry. Right. The first document I'm going to point you to is a declaration, by way of introduction, for a group of local candidates in Sutherland Council. And if
You're about to dip a bucket on the Liberal Party again, are you? Is that your plan?
Well,
Chair, Mr Mallard is going to go into
I apologise. This is beyond the pale.
I apologise. Yeah.
We have a right as a committee to ask questions about the integrity of the electoral system to protect the New South Wales ratepayers, and that's what we're pursuing.
Of course. Mr Mallard, do you have... you will refrain.
I'll try.
Thank you.
I'm here by myself, right?
No, Mr Mallard, Mr Barrett's here too. Please refrain and let the opposition ask their questions. Thank you.
Minister, can I take you to the document titled Group of Local Government Candidates Disclosure Form, in particular page 3, where it tells you reportable political donations received?
Yes.
Got that there. Could you read out for me the line item dated 6th of September 2016?
Mr Buttigieg, just so we can just clarify this, obviously this is a candidate's electoral form, and the Electoral Commission is responsible for those matters.
Yeah. Sure. No, that is not my question, Minister. My question is that I want to point out to you what has occurred here, and I want to get your response as the Minister for Local Government. So can you see there where it says 6th of September 2016 on page 3 that there was a donation there for $5,900 donated by HPA Management Group?
Yes, I can see that on the form.
Okay. Now, if I could take you to the document titled ASIC 17th of February 2022.
Yes.
Now, it lists company records for HPA Management, thank you. And you'll see on page 2 of that document, it lists directors of that company, namely David Hyland, Kylie Jan West and Peter Hyland, who was a director from 27 March 2014 to 23rd of October 2017. And if I could take you further down that page where it talks about the share structure, the ownership of that company, and it lists HPA Holdings as the 100% share owner of that company. So there's a third document there dated 18th of August 2022, another ASIC document. And you will see that ASIC document says that the directors of HPA Holdings, that is the entity that fully owns HPA Management Services, are the same people, David Hyland, Kylie Jane West, Peter Hyland. Now, there's another document there entitled David Hyland Gearing for Growth, and it's a feature article in a magazine called Elite Agent. And I'll just read out to you the spiel. Now, this is the fellow who is a director on both those entities, David Hyland, and he's spruiking his credentials as a real estate agent. David Hyland has personally sold more than $140 million worth of property in the last 12 months. He is a third-generation real estate agent and part of the founding duo of Hyland Property Agents in Cronulla, New South Wales, with his father, Peter's the director as well, a successful property developer. Now, this is his son saying his father's a property developer. He's on the board with his father. and that entity has donated $5,900 to the current Mayor of Sutherland Council, Carmelo Pesci.
In what, 2017, is it?
So, yes, financial year 2016-17.
5 years ago.
Yeah. So is the member suggesting that with the passage of time,
it could have gone to the authorities.
is the member suggesting that with the passage of time it somehow diminishes the importance of this? Is that what your suggestion is?
Yes, through the chair.
I mean, I'd be interested in your view on that, Minister. Do you think because this is a 5-year-old case, it's invalid for me to bring this here?
Please.
Mr Buttigieg, I would suggest if you have any concerns around the 2016 form that you're indicating to, that you should take it up with the Electoral Commission. I know what I'm doing in regards to trying to strengthen the framework around misconduct, around declaration. I have just announced that we will be doing random audits on all declarations made by councillors to try and strengthen and to ensure that the community does have confidence in councillors that sit on council.
Let's, Chair, we've done it.
We'll come back to you shortly. It's mine now.
We'll continue that. Thank you, Minister.
Minister, I just want to talk about code of conduct complaints, and I'm aware of the review that's being undertaken, but for the purpose of the current situation, Clause 6.10 of the Model Code of Conduct Procedures provides that there's only 3 circumstances that permits a complaints coordinator to change investigators. Those 3 circumstances are where the reviewer has failed to comply with the procedures in their consideration of a matter, or comply with a lawful and reasonable request by the complaints coordinator, or exercise their functions fails to exercise their functions in a timely or satisfactory manner. Councils actually can't apparently terminate a conduct reviewer for any other reason. So the question really goes to, does the Office of Local Government actually allow general managers of councils to choose the Code of Conduct complaint reviewer?
I'll refer to the Office of Local Government. My understanding is, yes, that is, they have a panel of investigators that they can choose from, but I'd like the Chief Executive to...
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, Minister.
That's correct. There are a panel of members that you can choose from.
And the GM actually can choose?
From the panel members.
Yeah. Is that something that specifically is being reviewed because there is a perception that there can be a conflict there?
That's part of the misconduct review that's happening at the moment, yes.
And so, as the current situation stands, what powers does the Office of Local Government have if a council complaints coordinator does terminate an investigator and replaces them and hasn't provided a reason, and it certainly appears that those 3 lawful reasons aren't satisfied?
I might ask Ms Gibbs if she had some information in regards to that.
We might need to repeat the question because it was quite... So the misconduct review is a very holistic review. It's looking at the way that the code works. It's looking at...
Ms. Could you just move your microphone closer to you?
Yes. Sorry, the question is quite specific. It really is about what can the OLG do where a general manager a conduct reviewer has been changed and no reason has been given, and it appears those 3 reasons for justifying a change have not been present.
Yeah. Okay. So we would have a discussion with the council about what was occurring. Melissa,
when you say the council, who in council would you have the discussion with?
So we have council engagement officers that talk with GMs. It would depend on the circumstances. Councils are autonomous and they can use these panel arrangements. If we had cause for concern, we would look into that on the specifics. It's hard to provide a very general answer to such a specific set of circumstances. Melissa, you might want to talk about the specifics of the code, but the whole code is under review through a very holistic process with Gary Keller, looking at other jurisdictions, but also working with the sector to understand some of the complexities of how it needs to work in practice and how it can be improved.
So if you received a complaint, say last week, about a particular council, and you were notified and advised that a complaints coordinator had terminated an investigator and replaced them with another without providing a reason, what would you do about that? Do you think that there's a problem and the Office of Local Government has a role and would intervene in that?
Can answer that.
In the first instance, we'd have a conversation with the coordinator to understand what was occurring. But, yeah, absolutely.
Anyone can seek a review by asking the Office of Local Government to look into the matter. And if it turned out that something like that had occurred, OLG would then intervene. And OLG has an oversight function of that process. So if anybody is dissatisfied with the way their Code of Conduct complaint is dealt with, it's open to them to approach the Office of Local Government, and then the Office of Local Government would then look into that matter.
And so if it became apparent that perhaps a GM was perhaps shopping around for a complaints reviewer, is that something that you would have visibility over?
Yes,
and that you would be able to do something about?
Yes, we do have powers to intervene in that case, and if we became aware that, or if somebody brought such a situation to our attention, we would speak with the council and try to get the
Again, sorry, can I? When you say the council, do you mean
the general manager?
The general manager. But so what if the problem is with the general manager? So if this is I think where the line of inquiry is heading or is seeking for some clarity. If the general manager appears to be the person who is taking the wrong course or exercising their functions not in accordance with the procedures set out in the Code of Conduct, at what point would you how and at what point would you deal with that?
If that was brought to our attention, we'd be very concerned about that, and we would encourage the person complaining to us to seek a review by the Office of Local Government, and then the Office of Local Government would take over that matter.
Thank you.
If you do have a specific example, could you please let us know so that we can make some inquiries and hopefully deal with it.
Absolutely. I'm told that the Minister, the CEO of Office of Local Government and the Ombudsman were recently advised of this happening in a particular New South Wales council. So perhaps that's something that I'm sure you're dealing with if you're suggesting when you receive those complaints or concerns or notice of advice that's what you do, you investigate.
Yeah, and I don't know the particular case you're talking about, but we do have a number of matters that we do look at, and we take steps to find out what's going on in that council.
And is it fair to say that you are still currently very active in that, and you're not waiting for the outcome only of the...
Correct. We're still continuing to exercise our functions pending the recommendations and any implementation of the Keller review. But I can confirm that the operation of conduct review panels is currently being actively considered under that review of the misconduct framework.
Thank you. I just want to table a report. It's a report that is a public report. It's the Morrison Lowe report commissioned by Office of Local Government, and it's called Lismore Council Needs Analysis, from May 2022 this year. Thank you. So, Minister, you're aware of that report,
yes,
obviously. I am. And so it's a roadmap that sets out the path appears to set out the path for some perhaps extra assistance and extra funding for Lismore City Council and the community that has been so catastrophically impacted by the events earlier this year. I'm just curious, so perhaps firstly, can you explain why that roadmap has been developed in consultation with a handful of councillors and didn't involve the whole of council, particularly the councillors who had been re-elected and who have been on council for many years.
Yeah.
Ms Higginson, just so you're aware that this actual report was agreed to by council.
Absolutely, Minister. The question really is why does the report authors only consult with a handful of councillors and not all council?
Well, I'm happy to defer to the agency in regards to how they actually conducted the matter. If you'd like to expand on.
I'll endeavour to provide a bit more detail with my colleagues. That report, we commissioned Morrison Lowe because of their expertise in the local government sector, and their focus was looking at how best to understand Lismore's capacity to lead recovery in such a complex and challenging set of circumstances, unprecedented for that council and arguably all others. So they consulted looking at things like governance, financial sustainability, capacity, the asset work. That would have influenced some of the staff that they spoke with. The report and the roadmap itself was signed off by council. They worked very closely with the GM. Ali and Keith might speak to a little more about others that they consulted, but their focus was to go in and with the depth of their experience, including experience supporting New Zealand to recover from earthquakes, to really look at what support council might need to be able to drive and lead recovery over a longer period in that very unique set of circumstances that Lismore Council is in.
The focus of the Morrison Lowe report was on the internal operations of council. That's why it's about delivery of services and infrastructure, and that's why there was a limited, the governing body was not in scope. We do not have any concerns about the operation of the governing body, so that's why we took the advice of the General Manager on who he'd like to be interviewed there. I understand that council has now had a series of workshops on the roadmap and the Morrison Lowe report, including a briefing from council staff, and I understand at the August meeting that council agreed to the roadmap going forward and have signed the funding agreement.
Yeah, and look, my time's up. I'm handing over to Ms Pearson. We'll come back to this if that's okay, because there's some really significant concerns, and when you say council adopted it, I think it's pertinent to remind everyone that some councillors are very, very concerned about it, so I'll come back to that.
Keep going? I can go to my next round. If you want to keep going.
No, that's okay. I can come back to it. Over to Mr Pearson, but we'll come back to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and everybody here.
Stuff up the timing.
Minister, the pet registry has been in dire need of an upgrade for some time, and there's been commitment from the government to bring that about. Are you able to sort of give an update as to how the pet registry is being upgraded and when it is like to be finalised?
Yes, thank you, Mr Pearson, and I'm pretty excited about this project. As you correctly state, that the pet registry has been in need of some review, and it's a great, a significant piece of work that the Office of Local Government and the Department of Mr Victor Dominello, Digital Services, is currently looking at, and it's about rebuilding and really changing how animal welfare is looked at in regards to companion animals. The registry, we're looking at doing a modern end-to-end digital system that makes it easier to register and care for the pets. Currently, we're in the stage of pilot, which will be going out into the public very shortly, certainly by the end of the year. And that pilot, we've engaged, we have absolutely engaged with all stakeholders in regards to the building of the project and the registry, getting lots of advice from stakeholders on how it should be implemented and the ease of implementing the system. It's well overdue, there's no doubt about that, but we're very focused on making sure that we have a contemporary, up-to-date system that's very user-friendly and enables the registration of pets through this program, and it will be able to be accessed by veterinarians, council and stakeholders to ensure ease of that.
And is that going to be, will that include possibility to access it nationally from other states and territories? That has been an issue in the past.
Oh, that's a really good question, and I'm happy to flick to someone to be able to answer that question, please, Ali.
At this point in time, it's something that can be looked at in the scoping of the work. I asked Ms Bishop, because she's been running this particular project, in regards to the extent that it's able to be...
Yes, thanks for the question. That's a really good point. It's not something that is currently in scope, but we're very happy to take it on board and consider it as we develop it. The project is being developed in stages, so that's something that we will definitely be looking at.
Because it has been an issue where animals are purchased online and they come from interstate, and then there have been health issues with the animals, particularly from, puppy farms and that sort of inbreeding sort of issue. So, yeah, it'd be good if you could give me an update on the progress of that, because it's quite important.
Happy to look into that. One thing I can say is that all the breeders that will be on the registry will have to have their own breeder identification number. So if that is extended to interstate, they will need to be registered breeders as well. So.
And we'd just obviously be interested in the rehoming practices review, which is obviously extremely important. And, in this, and then we congratulate the Minister and the former Minister on ensuring that most councils are starting dramatically reduce the numbers of animals that they kill. Just wondering, there was a promise that it would be completed by the middle of this year. We understand all of the factors regarding COVID, etc., that have probably slowed a lot of progress down, but just wondering, it's now late August, will the rehoming practices review be complete before the election?
Before the...
State election? Yeah.
Yes, it will be. It'll be completed this year.
By then? Yeah.
Yes.
It will be?
Yes, it will be.
Excellent, excellent. And will there be a public report and recommendations at the end of this review?
I'll ask Ms Gibbs to answer that. My understanding, yes.
Thank you. Yes, I can confirm that the report is on track to be delivered by October this year.
Okay.
And it is intended to release it publicly, release the findings publicly, and the government will obviously respond to the recommendations. I understand that there's been quite extensive consultation with key stakeholders underway, including some that have been referred by your colleague, and there'll be a further opportunity for further consultation before the report is finalised.
Okay, excellent. And also the standards of animal, the standards in pounds, the actual sort of housing and welfare standards in pounds. I understand that this has been under review as well. Has there been any progress in that area?
I think pounds management is actually something that's
Minister Saunders
undertaken by our colleagues in Department of Primary Industries, and Minister Saunders is the responsible minister.
Well, I think it's another one. It's one of these issues, like many legislations, like many programs or regulations, they can cut across several, or one or two, or sometimes three portfolios, and I don't think we can directly hand this over to DPI or DPIEs because the building is under the jurisdiction, pounds and shelters are actually under the local government jurisdiction. I'm just wondering if you could consult to see whether there's actually any progress in the standards. So the DPIE, or under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, or the standards for boarding facilities or whatever, I understand are under that jurisdiction, but the implementation and ensuring it occurs actually stops with the local government departments, because the pounds are under their wing, so to speak. So has there been any progress there at all?
Certainly, and I obviously there is monies from the registration of cats and dogs that go back. 80% of the monies gained from registration of cats and dogs go back to councils for that very fact, to ensure that there's the best standards in regards to pounds. So obviously the actual standard is a matter for Minister Saunders, but certainly my expectation is that those pounds are of best practice.
Okay. Another question I'd just like to ask is, like we know that the government is actually providing funding for the RSPCA and the Animal Welfare League and Sydney Cats and Dogs, but the situation is that there are a lot more organisations, voluntary organisations, which are doing a great deal of work for rehoming companion animals, yet they actually receive no funding from the government. They're a totally voluntary organisation, unlike in Victoria and other states where there is funding provided for other voluntary organisations. Has the government turned its mind to this issue of providing funding, very much a budget question, providing funding for all registered and acknowledged voluntary organisations which are doing rehoming of animals? At the moment, we're only giving money to RSPCA, Animal Welfare League and Sydney Cats and Dogs, but there are a myriad of a lot of other groups that are doing great work, you know. I think that was highlighted during the floods and the bushfires, you know. It's not just RSPCA, Animal Welfare League and Sydney Cats and Dogs. Has the government turned its mind to providing funding for these other organisations? Because they continue to make applications, but they don't receive the funding.
Look, thank you for your question, and I think it's a really important question, particularly since we've seen an explosion of companion animals during COVID registered, and there are avenues, obviously other grant application avenues and streams that those organisations can apply for. Obviously, you know, that there is not an endless amount of funding that we have as a government. We have specifically, you know, targeted some organisations, and we encourage other organisations to look at the other funding streams available, such as community building partnership funds, stronger country community funds. There is other avenues for that to occur.
Would you, Minister, consider your department looking at a specific funding arrangement for the certified and registered other voluntary organisations, rather than them having to go through a funding application which might be indirectly or even almost not relevant for their work?
Mr. Pearson, we're always, you know, looking at opportunities, and be more than welcome if you have any suggestions on how that could occur, knowing that budgetary issues are very competitive, and but we're happy to look at any way of assisting.
I suppose I suppose the question is, it would be in balance with if the councils. I mean, if the spirit of the councils at the moment is to do as least killing as possible, then obviously there's going to be a need to rehome those animals. So that's why I think I would ask the Minister to turn your mind to a specific funding for those organisations, because the demand is growing, has been growing, because of the good action by local government to stop the kill rate for animals that don't need to be euthanised.
Yes.
So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'll just recap that previous line of questioning where tabled several documents which show a clear line of developer interests donating to what the current Mayor of Sutherland Council and then Councillor Mayor Pesci. Would you give an undertaking to the committee that you'll investigate this matter as well?
If that's required, yes, absolutely. We're happy to take that on and investigate. But I would encourage you, Mr. Buttigieg, if you have information like this, once again, to not wait till an estimates committee to raise it, to actually put that complaint in.
Do you think, Minister, do you think it's adequate to rely on an upper house budget estimates committee to perform the role that government departments should be performing on behalf of the New South Wales ratepayers to protect their interests?
That's why I've taken action in regards to the audit, Mr. Buttigieg.
I've now given you...
I think it's important that we make sure that we're strengthening that framework, that we are, if we are doing audits in regards to what declarations are being made, once those candidates have become councillors, I think it's really important, and that's why I've taken action where I have.
So I've now given you... You've been minister for how long now?
Since December 21st,
okay,
2021.
So we're coming up to that 12-month mark, or at least 9 months.
9 months, 12
I've
months.
now given you 3 examples, and I would point out, Minister, that these are qualitatively different examples of where the legislative framework and the enforcement is patently impotent and failing. And I put it to you, Dwahi, clearly a property developer, was able to sit on council with no punitive action and transacting conflicts of interest. Then we had the spectre of Sarah Richards and her partner Matthew Bennett, where there was, again, clear property development interests, didn't satisfy the definition of the Act, nothing to see here. And now, a clearly illegal donation. Can you see how the system is not working? It is actually failing, and we've now had 3 ministers that have been questioned on this, and nothing's really changed in all that time. Now, I think New South Wales taxpayers and ratepayers would expect that their governments are elected to actually do something and change it in their interest. Would you accept that?
Well, Mr. Buttigieg, that is why I'm doing the review, the misconduct review. We're taking into consideration all the recommendations from ICAC. We are taking into consideration the matters that you raise, and I will be more than happy for Labor to stand with me on this to ensure that we're going to pass legislation to strengthen that framework.
Oh, I can assure you we'll stand with you and we'll win government and actually change it, because it seems that's the only way we can get any action around here, with all due respect.
Well, that's not actually true, and it's a little bit misleading, because I've been in this job for 9 months now, and I have actually made sure that we are reviewing that framework. I take integrity very, very seriously, and until those recommendations come to me, which I'm hoping will be by October, that we can look at this issue and strengthen the framework around the issues that you raised.
But you can see how time is very important in these
Absolutely,
matters.
time's very important, and I've been in this job since December 2021, right? So I am doing what I can. I'm expecting this report to be coming to me with the recommendations, and I intend to act on it.
You'll undertake to investigate this matter I've just raised? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Rose, did you want to...
Can I just ask one clarification question before I move on to another matter? I think that you, because apologies, I may have misheard. I think that you said earlier, Minister, that you do not have the power to suspend councillors who are under investigation for corrupt conduct.
That's correct.
You do not have that power.
Correct.
Is that something that you would be interested in pursuing, because you can see the concern that the community would have that an elected representative is actively under investigation for corrupt conduct and no one can do anything about that? You don't have the power to suspend them.
That's certainly a part of the review, and I look forward to those recommendations as to how we work on those issues. So I am looking at it. I am concerned, and I look forward to Gary Keller's recommendations.
I just want to move on to the Central Coast Council. Are you aware of the recent remarks by the Administrator, Mr Hart, that the Council's financial problems have largely been resolved and that the Council is sort of back on track to post a budget surplus this year?
I'm aware that there has been some ground made in that regard, yes.
Well, considering that awareness that there has been ground made and as I said, the comments from the Administrator that the financial problems have been resolved, why is it that...
I don't know whether they've been resolved fully. I think there's been some headway in regards to getting to that point.
Well, as I said, the Administrator has said that the financial problems are resolved and the Council is on track to post a budget surplus. So why is it that the Council is unable to exit administration and return to being a democratic body until 2024?
Obviously, the report from Rosalind McCulloch in regards to the public inquiry on Central Coast Council recommended that the Council remain in an administration to ensure that we have a Council ready to be taken over by councillors. Obviously, it's pretty serious what had occurred, and the recommendation was to ensure that we're monitoring the progress, that we're handing over a council fit for purpose for councillors to continue to look after that council. So I make no apologies. I think it's really important that we ensure that council is back to where it needs to be. We also considered, I also considered that having two elections in that time frame was an impost on the community in regards to costs. As you're aware, local council elections are over $1 million to conduct, and I think it was important that we ensured that we had a council fit for purpose.
As you would be aware, one of the concerns that has been consistently expressed by the former councillors and the community is that a major contributing factor to the financial issues at the council was the forced merger. Would you be willing to consider offering the option of a demerger as part of that election in 2024?
Obviously, there's a process in regards to demergers, and that process is around submitting a business case to the Boundaries Commission and for them to undertake a process of consultation. And if Central Coast Council make a decision to do that, of course, I will refer that business case and that opportunity to the Boundaries Commission, like any other council.
One of the challenges, though, is that they're under administration. So normally what happens is that, as you say, councils who have been subject to forced mergers, the ones that have pursued options of demerger, and we'll get to them later, sort of make a decision, look, this isn't working for us. But that's a sort of democratic decision that the councillors make. This council is under administration. So how do is it just sort of up to the administrator who's been appointed sort of by you to administer the council to make a decision to do the business case and then submit that? Is that what you would expect Central Coast Council to do?
If they were wanting to go down that road, yes.
But I mean, what I'm saying is it's actually just the administrator.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's just so there's no option for the community to democratically express their will at any point here, because how would that happen? They're just meant to sort of all email the administrator saying, please consider this on our behalf.
But they're making progress under the administrator. So, it would be determined if a council was elected in 2024 and they determined that that's the path they wanted to go down, well, that would be the process that they would follow.
as part of the plan to resolve the issues at the Central Coast Council, staffing costs were reduced by $30 million. Are you aware of how many staff were let go in order to achieve that cost saving?
No, not specifically. I'd have to take that on notice.
That would be useful. An additional part of the plan to resolve the issue was a pretty massive sale of council assets. I think it was in the order of $60 million. Are you aware of how that figure is to be achieved?
Did you say that there was assets sold off for $60 million?
No, assets to the value of $60 million, various assets, not
that have been sold off?
Some have been, yes.
So what's your question? Am I aware that that's the case?
Are you aware of that is occurring?
I'm aware that the administrator has made decisions around asset sell-offs. I'm not absolutely up to date with exactly what has been sold off. That's a matter for the administrator.
There have been concerns raised about a number of asset sales that have been undertaken by the administrator. For example, the sale of 2 Bounty Close, which is an office building in the Tuggerah Business Park, that was funded from Commonwealth Government grants and has been sold for substantially less than market value to the Central Coast Training Group, the CEO of which is the former councillor Greg Best and the chair is the former Mayor of Wyong, Doug Eaton. Does that concern you?
That's a matter for the administrator.
I mean, I think, in a way, Minister, I can see where this is going. I'm going to raise a range of questions around asset sales in the Central Coast, and you're going to say that's a matter for the administrator. Is that right?
Correct.
But part of the problem here is that the administrator isn't accountable to the community in a democratic way, like an elected council is. So how can you as minister have confidence in the decisions of the administrator, and what assurances can you give the community that there is going to be proper oversight for these kind of asset sales?
Well, I absolutely dispute that they're not accountable to the community. They are. They conduct themselves as a council does. The community has the option to ask questions of the administrator and to put their views forward, and I would expect that to happen.
Elected, though.
Councillors, when they make decisions, are obviously aware that they're putting themselves forward, at regular elections and having their performance judged, as we do, by the community in the form of re-election or not. That's not something that is relevant at all to an administrator, is it?
Well, they do a role as of the councils, and yes, they're not an elected, but at the end of the day, the Central Coast was in an absolute financial debacle, and something had to be done to make sure that the cost of that debacle wasn't being borne by the ratepayers. And that is a really sad state of affairs, but that is the facts of the matter. And the administrator has the role of ensuring getting that council back on track so a democratic council, when elected, can have a council handed to them fit for purpose. It's a very sad circumstance. I totally agree with that. And it's the last thing that I want to see as a minister happening, that we have to appoint administrators to be able to take over the business of council. They're there, the councillors are there to make responsible decisions around how they are governing the council, and unfortunately, in Central Coast's circumstances, that wasn't done appropriately.
But Minister, don't you, in the absence of democratic accountability, which my colleague pointed out, don't you, as a minister, feel as though the Minister for Local Government have some responsibility of oversight of the actions of administrators in the absence of democratic accountability?
Obviously, an administrator, it's an autonomous body that is functioning. There are audit committees set up. There are checks and balances in regards to the Auditor General. So there are those checks and balances. I mean, I can't interfere in the day-to-day running of a council.
Goodness me, this local government minister gig's a bit of a joke, isn't it? You don't seem to be able to do anything.
Well,
Worked it out?
You know, I disagree with what you're suggesting. Obviously, there's a framework in place where councils aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing, that I can intervene and make sure that we get councils back on track. I mean, that's my role. But I can't interfere in the day-to-day running.
One of the concerns that was raised is that the Central Coast Council was forced to seek funding from a commercial lender for undisclosed terms because they were unable to secure a loan via T Corp. Are you aware of that concern that has been raised?
I believe that came out in the inquiry, yes.
Is there any potential of a renegotiation of that loan with the T Corp now on more favourable terms to the council, considering that it is a public body that is serving the community?
Oh, look, I'd have to refer that question to the CE.
Yeah, that would be a matter for the council. Yeah, but for the council to make application to T Corp, that would be a matter for them.
The administrator, Mr. Hart, has made public comment that the government wouldn't even return his calls, Ms. Dench.
The government, as in?
Would not return his phone calls, that he did indeed attempt to reach out.
Was that to the OLG, to T Corp, to who in government?
Well, I mean, I appreciate it's a big place, but is there not even some capacity to compare notes amongst yourselves? Say, oh, this guy, has been trying to call me. I think he should be trying to call you.
We have no role in T Corp. They're an independent body. If Mr. Hart was having troubles in contacting T Corp, he has my number. I could have facilitated that on his behalf. I do speak to Mr. Hart quite frequently. It hasn't been raised with me that no one's returned his calls.
All right, well, perhaps it might be raised and it would be useful if you could assist him.
Oh, that's what we're here for, to help to facilitate and to assist any councils in connecting with state government agencies.
Some of the recommendations that came out of the report into the Central Coast Council, things like information sessions for prospective councillors, mandatory training for councillors, requirements that councillors complete company director courses, those sorts of things. Is there any consideration being given to applying those statewide in order to avoid a repeat of these situations?
Absolutely, and all those recommendations were agreed to. The Office of Local Government have an educative process in regards to mandatory training when councillors first sit on council. They have 6 months, it's a mandatory requirement, 6 months to be able to complete those courses. I've actually looking at that as a part of the review as well in regards to those councillors that don't complete what is the result of that.
What is the result of that?
Well, that's what I'm looking at the moment.
But what is currently the result of that? As in, I appreciate you're looking at it, but what is currently what happens?
So currently at the moment there is no actual...
So there is a requirement that councils undertake mandatory training. It's in its first year of implementation and they'll be required to report it in their annual reports, which are pending in September. In the meantime, through our engagement, we have ascertained they almost all have completed that induction training. That's what they've said to us.
What is that figure, Ms. Hawes?
I'll have to get you the figure, which we can do in the break. I don't have it just to hand, but the mandatory training's in. In addition, this year with all of the newly elected councils, OLG ran workshop sessions to help them on board and to understand their accountabilities and the dimensions of the elected role. I might invite my colleague Ali to discuss those workshops. They were a first for OLG.
I've seen the list, so it's very long. That won't be necessary at this point. Thank you. what a great timing.
Yeah, perfect. Minister, can I ask, is Lismore City Council under consideration for administration at the moment?
No, it's not.
Thank you. And so, with the Morrison Lowe report, roadmap, just back to the fact that it was, as explained, adopted by council. Does the minister realise that was adopted by council at the end of the council meeting in July? It had already been signed off by an acting GM and had not been properly consulted with the other councillors in the development of that report, and that obviously councillors right now in that local government area are literally as traumatised as everybody in the community, and is going to adopt anything that suggests more funding would flow to their community. Is there, I mean, really the question, and I hope you can answer this, is why, or are you satisfied that with the Morrison Lowe report and the roadmap, in the view that councillors who were elected to council and were elected as return councillors were not consulted at all in the development of that roadmap, and nor was anybody else from the community? And yes, I understand some operational staff were.
Would you like to answer?
I think it's important to note that the Morrison Lowe report and the roadmap, from our perspective, are two separate documents now. The Morrison Lowe report had an initial roadmap that was put in place, and it was an input to, from what our perspective was for council's decision making. Is we then said to council, and we had that follow up with council, that there was separate, that they should then do councillor workshops and have discussions with their councillors and have the elected body agree. My understanding is that those workshops occurred in late July, August. I believe there was some miscommunication between council and the general manager, and that's a matter for, ultimately that's not our concern. Our concern is that we got a roadmap going forward.
Can I just interrupt if it's okay? And I apologise for seeming rude, but the roadmap and what has been adopted now actually removes councillors' planning powers. Now that there is an independent decision-making body for certain development decisions, would you not suggest that that is something quite controversial that has been forced upon the council via the Morrison Lowe roadmap and report?
No, because we always said to council that the Morrison Lowe report was an input into their decision making. It wasn't us probing there. Our view is always with this $20 million, we want it to be council's roadmap and not the OLG's roadmap.
So why did OLG staff attend that July meeting, and why were they not introduced to all councillors? Why was it only some councillors?
I'll get Ms Dench, who was at the meeting, to explain.
Thank you.
I was one of the officers there. Yes, definitely. We went up to the council meeting with the intent to discuss and to engage with the councillors, and yeah, so I did.
So why only
meetings.
some councillors? Why were you there advising and talking in the ear of some councillors during the meeting and all the others were left aside?
No, they weren't. No, that's not correct. I made myself known. I went up there on the day before the day of the council meeting, made myself known that I was up visiting to talk to all the councillors and the whole council. I specifically went to dinner before the council meeting to engage and discuss with the councillors, and I also had meetings set up as well after the evening of the council meeting.
Well, I put it to you that there were certainly some councillors that felt that they were not part of that process and that they were alienated from that. They didn't know who you were and they didn't know what you were doing there, and they didn't know they could approach you. While while you were advising other councillors sitting at the table as the roadmap was being pushed through council and ultimately did go to a vote and ultimately was successful. Good or bad thing it was. So if I could just move on. So how now will you ensure probity for the $300 million grants provided to Lismore City Council's acting general manager under the special delegation now?
That's a matter for council to assure that, but in terms of the $20 million that we're focused on with the Lismore funding agreement that the Office of Local Government is there's a project control group that's been established, and my understanding is the General Manager...
Who's on that group?
My understanding is that all councils, that was agreed at the last meeting of council, that all councils would be a member of the project control group.
Thank you. Does it concern you at all that the Morrison Lowe document, and perhaps this is feedback for them, but does it concern you at all that it was quite critical of the Lismore Council staff being behind on strategic planning documents and didn't make one reference whatsoever to the fact that we've just been through a pandemic and that all public institutions had some difficulty during that period?
As I said, the Morrison Lowe report was an input for us. It was not a be-all and end-all document. The be-all and end-all document for us is the roadmap and the subsequent funding agreement, and that's what we're focused on. I understand there are some people that have taken issue with some of the language in the Morrison Lowe report and the findings, and I know that the office has had feedback from some councillors on that respect, and that's why we've said we're not so focused on the Morrison Lowe. That was the input. The output is the roadmap that has now been agreed by council.
I think it's important to note that the purpose of sending them in was to help us understand areas that may be a weakness or a vulnerability that would impede their ability to move forward with recovery. And our intent was to bring some independent expertise in to help us guide the rollout of additional funding for Lismore Council and make sure it hit the right spot, if you will.
Thank you, and I hear that, and all things with good intentions, I understand. Perhaps it's good feedback to them that there was it's seen as a radical failure not to go and talk to councillors that are elected by their community, especially councillors that have actually been on council for 19 years, community elected over and over, and actually the former mayor who wasn't spoken to at all.
I think it's also important to note that this is the first time we've rolled out funding of this sort because it was in the extreme situation facing Lismore Council. It's the first time as a government we've done this funding above and beyond to support capacity and capability, and of course there are lessons to be learned, and including the ones that you've outlined.
Yeah. And I think, I think if there's one thing that we have all learnt from what's happened across the state in terms of catastrophic climate-induced weather events, we know that community-led responses and community-led inputs are where the success and satisfaction is taking place. And this report just did not take that approach, and I accept what we were trying to do, and I'm grateful, naturally.
It was focused on the core operational issues within council. It wasn't intended to be a community piece, and to an extent we relied on our cooperation with the GM to liaise with councillors, but I do note it was voted in and supported by council.
Yeah, but not a full majority. And as I say, you've got to remember you've got a council that is desperate for assistance and a community that is desperate for assistance. So naturally, it's almost a coercive position when you literally are sitting as the decision makers and the collegiate body of a community that is smashed and traumatised.
Madam Chair,
Northern Rivers Rate. I'm moving on now.
I'm going to do a point of order. I'm doing a point of order. I mean, you delivered quite a lot of material in your presentation. I appreciate that. I just keep seeing Ms Dench trying to get the microphone. She was there, and I think her reputation's been a little bit, well, I don't want to use a strong word, but it's brought into question around that consultation. So yeah. I'd like you to invite Ms Dench to respond.
Certainly, Ms Dench.
Yeah, look, thank you. I went up there with all intent to consult with every councillor and make that quite well known. I went up there for 2 days. made myself available. I had dinner with them. I actually met after the council meeting, particularly with the former mayor, and sat down and explained everything, went through the whole process about the development of the roadmap and gave assurances that they would be involved in that.
After the meeting took place, you mean? With the former mayor? Sorry, was that what you...
I spoke to the former mayor the day after. The day after the
day after. Yeah, thank you. I don't doubt your fabulous intentions, Ms Dench. I really don't. It's just, naturally, I am hearing from the councillors and the process that's just been undertaken and many members of the public who were present and watching the meeting. So it's not about you personally, Ms Dench.
No,
I'm sure you did everything you could.
I'm just saying, as the Office of Local Government, we put our hands out to help support as much as we can and still continue to. I've had conversations with many of the councillors since and continue to ensure that they are included.
Thank you. Just one more question, just about the ratepayers relief that has been offered, and is there any position, Minister, or in any capacity you can, to reconsider and actually pay the entire rates bill for those flood-impacted properties? There's so many people that are still just not living in those homes. They're not using the sewerage. There's no rubbish collection. So why are they paying any? I know there was, in the announcement, there was a technicality to say, well, it would be the rateable component only, but then so many of these people who just aren't in those homes now still have to pay for these services. Is there anything you can do to help them, Minister?
Well, as you're aware, and I note the concerns of ratepayers, there's a significant amount of money that was attributed to assisting ratepayers, the $43 million. I understand that those water and sewer rates weren't catered in that funding, but certainly councils, and by assisting councils with the $20 million roadmap and in lots of other ways. Actually at the press conference, I certainly noted that councils have a hardship policy, and if anyone is not able to pay those, that hardship policy could come in.
Minister, can I just, interrupt there. In terms of hardship policies, the people I'm talking about are the same people that have sat with government officers and agents applying for grant for help, applying for grant for help, applying for grant for help. I can't tell you the depth of what each of these people I'm talking about. I'm talking about a select group of people in that North and South Lismore basin that was absolutely smashed. They have no homes. Some of them are living in a tent in the former shell of their home. They don't have sewage services, they don't have rubbish, and yet they don't have a system to help them just this once, just for this 1 year that they've lost absolutely everything. Is there anything you can do to try a little bit harder to go and find those people and tell them they are relieved from those service fees just for this 1 year?
And Ms Higginson, please rest assured that I continue to make representations on behalf of the communities in Lismore. I understand the impact that they're going through. There are lots of competing, obviously a lot of competing priorities in that space. The $43 million that we were able to successfully announce was, as much assistance that we could provide at the time, on top of all the assistance that is currently being provided by the New South Wales Government. We'll continue to work with Council in regards to any considered pressures that they're finding the ratepayers under to see if we can assist further. But please know there is a significant amount of money that has been there and allocated to assist those people that are most at need, and we will continue to monitor that.
Thank you, Minister. I would ask you if you could just try a little bit harder for those people in the basin, north and south.
I try hard every day. Every day.
Take your question.
Yeah, I can ask that.
Thank you. Go for it. Over to
Minister and officers, I'm just going to ask you to go with me in this in a bit of a discussion to try and grapple with this question which the Wesley Mission has actually asked me to raise with you, because it is a question, it's an issue which cuts across the planning portfolio but also the local government portfolio. And what it's in relation to is poker machines, and there is a restraint that is section 209 which explicitly prevents councils or consent authorities to consider poker machine installations when determining planning applications. It's been placed in the Gaming Machine Act, and what it does, there can be an application for fewer than 21 poker machines to be placed in a facility, but there is no requirement for consent for that if the number of poker machines are under 21, and that is, so there's no requirement for an application to be made to the local government, to the council. Are you aware of this particular exemption?
No, I'm not, Mr. Pearson, and certainly it's not something that has come across my...
Are any of your officers aware of that?
Take on notice.
Okay, so well, maybe would you take it on notice to
Absolutely.
investigate it? Because the concern from the Wesley Mission, of course, is that it's causing it's an avenue for poker machines to be installed without any consideration of the possible impact on the community. So for an explanation, ILG and Liquor and Gaming define SA2 units across the state as either band 1, 2 or 3, depending on the socio-economic disadvantage index and gambling machine density. Then they're all ranked. Now that is the top 50% of SA2s called Band 1, and if a venue applies for less than 21 poker machines, no community consultation is required and no application needs to be made to the council. So obviously you can obviously see what the concern is from the mission and the community about the possible impact that can have on vulnerable people in the community. So I would really appreciate if you could turn your mind to that and come back to me.
I know the Secretary would like to provide some...
Mr Pearson, if I could have a copy of that correspondence...
Just need the microphone near. Thanks.
We're short on microphones today. If I could have a copy of that correspondence, I'd be happy to come back to you with an answer around that. It sounds a very technical question.
Yeah, and that's why I'm sort of seeking your assistance, because it's not an area that I'd turn my mind to, but I appreciate the Wesley Mission's concern.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy to get planning to answer that. Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Can I just ask, Minister, will you consider at some point allowing councils to rate currently non-rateable properties, such as particularly, again, I'm sort of thinking of local government, well, such as infrastructure like universities or government schools, churches, etc., particularly for councils where they really are struggling with their rate bases and they feel a significant struggle through the sort of exercise of, for want of a better term, the cost shifting that has taken place where intentionally or unintentionally on some of those struggling regional local government areas.
So that's a matter for the Valuer General to consider. And
is it something, Minister, if submissions were made to you by a particular local government, that's something you would consider taking up?
Sorry, Ms Higginson, that was considered in the IPART review of rating, and the government responded to that. IPART had made a series of recommendations in that, and the government at the time provided a response to that that was available, and we can probably get a copy of that for you.
Yeah, I suppose the question really goes to is that static? I mean, a recommendation made, the experience of local governments that are struggling, is that, you know, I suppose...
At the moment, the government policy is established in the government response, but I'm happy we can take further on those for you.
I suppose, really, with your expertise and having a view of LGAs across the state, perhaps when a case is made, it's something. I suppose I'm asking: do you see some value in continuing that consideration? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Also say, Ms Higginson,
Yes.
Something that's really important to me and that I'm focused on is sustainability of councils. And I don't know whether you're aware, but there will be a review into IPART and the methodology they use. And I think that's a really important piece of work because clearly, as we've seen in regards to the 0.7 announcement of the rate peg, you know, we need some consistency, and sustainability is really important. So that piece of work is really important, and it's really important to the future of the sector. So I'm very focused on the sustainability of councils, and I look forward to what the recommendations that are going to be put forward by IPART.
Thank you. Just because I've got half a second left, is there any plans or consideration of looking at the protection of councillors from defamation proceedings in terms of sort of a privilege? Is that something that is on your radar in terms of council laws?
We can certainly look into that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right. That takes us to the morning tea break. So,
How quickly it went.
yeah. So please, everybody, we'll reconvene in 15 minutes at 11:15, and thank you all. the hearing, and just as an initial matter, I think that Ms Hawes wanted to respond to something from earlier.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Jackson, you asked us a question about the number of councils that have completed their training. We just did a quick check in the break and we can respond with that figure now.
Thank you, Ms Hawes. The answer is that we're very interested to see how this new initiative is working, because it's the first time that councils have been required to undertake mandatory training. So we were checking in with councils to see how things are going. And of all of the councils we contacted, we're yet to hear back from 11, but all of the other councils that we heard from have actually undertaken the induction and professional development, or have delivered induction and professional development to all of their councillors within the first 6 months of their election.
So just to clarify, so you contacted all of them, 11 haven't responded. 11 haven't responded. But of the entire remaining number, they have delivered it, and all of the councillors participated in that, or they sort of provided that information to you, that councillors had in fact attended the training that they delivered?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions just on Central Coast Council. Again, I just wondered, one of the issues that has been raised in relation to the Central Coast Council is the water business. Are you aware of any future plans in relation to that water business? For example, plans to sell it or corporatise it? Are you across any of those options?
I'm not across of where it's up to at the moment, but I'm certainly happy to throw to the CE to give you a brief.
Yes, thank you for the question. We are in conversations with our water agency as well as Central Coast in regards to that. Yep.
And what is the direction of those conversations?
We've just had some preliminary conversations at this stage.
And has the administrator, as a participant in those conversations, has the administrator indicated what his view or the council's view of what outcome they would like to see?
Yes.
And what is that outcome that they are pursuing?
I would like to take that on notice.
If you have that information, Ms Dench, you are actually required to provide it to us.
It's just preliminary discussions at this stage.
Obviously,
wanting to come in under the Local Government Act with the water.
Sorry, apologies, Ms Dench.
Wanting to come in under the Local Government Act in regards to the water utilities. That was his preference.
That was his preference. Okay, and at the moment we
are still in conversations.
And so you don't. The OLG doesn't have a preference. You're just facilitating the conversation.
Correct.
What's the time frame on that?
I don't have a time frame at this stage.
Okay. I suppose, at what point would you consider engaging the community in those conversations? Because, as I've said, the administrator isn't an elected representative. He doesn't have democratic accountability to the community. So this is a $4 billion sort of business. It's a $4 billion part of council. So obviously if there's going to be a change in relation to that, the community may well have a view
about that. Of course they will. That's up to council to undertake that consultation. With that, as I said, it's only very preliminary discussions at the moment.
Yes, I mean, I appreciate that, but as I said, this is a substantial part of the council's operation, and if they are intending a change in relation to that, that's, and pursuing those conversations with the government, I appreciate you say it is up to them to do the community consultation. Have you indicated to them that as the conversations progress, that is your expectation?
Definitely, yes.
Okay. That's
definitely
useful. Minister, one of the things, I mean, you've obviously mentioned, the council wasn't sacked for a reason, for no reason, apologies. It was sacked because there was, it was in a pretty, dire financial state, as you noted. as you're probably aware, the former councillors are of the view that they were not made aware of the seriousness of the financial situation by the council staff. For example, quote from the report that was done, council finance staff actively discouraged the councillors from reviewing the budget in the presentation to the councillor briefing on the 3rd of June 2019. So that's a sort of direct quote. What steps have you taken to ensure that this is not able to happen again in future?
Well, by adopting the recommendations around councillor training and what questions are important to ask in the forum that they have, I think that's a really important part of making sure that councillors are fit to have oversight of what is going on. So that's an important part, and that recommendation obviously was a part of the inquiry report and continues to be implemented. I think the Hit the Ground Running series offers councillors information on how to handle those sorts of things. There could be, we're looking at a broader piece of work in regards to financial competency as well. There was recommendations around, doing that board Institute of Company Directors. Obviously that comes at a great cost to council, but we're looking at whether there's another way to develop a course similar to that would be of less cost and obviously provide that value to councillors going forward.
Have you considered the state government sort of partnering with councils to cover the cost of that course?
We haven't considered that. Obviously, that the cost is a responsibility of council, but it's something that we need as an agency and the sector to really hone in on how we best make sure that councillors are fit to do the job that they've been elected to do.
I mean, and that is important. Obviously, if that comes in the form of mandatory training or mandatory course completion that the government has imposed, shifting the cost of that to councils who, as we already know, are quite cash-strapped, could be challenging. So if you are going to require councils to do training or courses, it isn't perhaps unreasonable that you would provide some resources for the completion of that.
Well, it's something that can be considered.
So you're open to considering
it? Absolutely, always.
I might just ask a couple of questions in relation to the Wingecarribee Council. I just wondered, on my page, where are we? I just wondered how long you have been aware of the issues at Wingecarribee Council.
How long? Obviously, becoming local member in 2019, I had a lot of dealings with Wingecarribee Council, and as a part of my role as a local member, I do field lots of emails and have conversations with constituents within the local government area. So I was aware of some concerns.
And so
since 2019.
Since 2019. And have you had any meetings with the council or councillors in relation to those issues?
Absolutely.
And so
I had regular meetings with the council mayor and council general manager, meet with all my councils on a regular basis.
In 2020, before you were the minister, and the issues at Wingecarribee Shire were becoming more well known, the former minister noted the strong representations from yourself and the member for Wallandilly in relation to the dysfunction at the council. You're aware of that, obviously. You're aware of those representations that you made.
Indeed.
I mean, I suppose the question is, how did you manage the potential conflict of interest between yourself as a local member who had previously made strong representations in relation to the council with your role as the minister in your decision to dismiss the council?
Well, as you're aware, the former minister appointed the person to do the inquiry. I don't see any conflict of interest in regard to that.
Oh no,
the
not in relation
inquiry
to
was
that.
conducted, and there were recommendations made, and I followed those recommendations and accepted all of them.
And that's fine, but as I said, there is still potentially a conflict of interest. I understand a report was prepared and it made recommendations, but you were still the decision maker. You still had the capacity to accept or reject those recommendations. You obviously had a deep personal interest in the matter as a local member who'd had regular meetings on the matter over a number of years, who'd made strong representations on it. It is arguable that you had a preformed view about what needed to occur prior to the report being prepared and recommendations given to you.
Well,
How do you respond to that?
I didn't have a preformed view. I knew there were issues. As a local member, my role's very different to being a role in as a minister for local government. You know, there was a public inquiry. There was an independent person that conducted that inquiry and made recommendations, and I followed those recommendations. I don't see that I had a conflict of interest or any personal view in regards to that. So, you know, like, I think it could be speculated as much as you like, but, you know, that's just not true.
It's just that conflicts of interest often aren't necessarily actual, as you would well know. The perception of a conflict is also...
Ms Jackson, I think there was plenty of evidence during that inquiry as to how the council were performing. You know, I didn't influence those inquiries, and there were recommendations done under that evidence, and I was quite happy to accept that.
Did you take any steps, or did the department or the Office of Local Government take any steps to acknowledge or...
I asked for legal advice as to whether I had a perceived conflict of interest.
Oh, that's excellent.
And that legal advice came back to say no.
Are you able to table that legal advice?
How to ask the... Do we have a... I can't table it right now, but certainly we'll take it on notice.
That would be useful, thank you. I might pass to my colleague, Mr Buttigieg, and then come back to me.
Thank you, Rose. Let me start. I just want to... You've raised the... misconduct review on a number of occasions during earlier question. Can you provide an update on where the review into council misconduct is?
Yep. The current review is being undertaken by Gary Keller, and I'm looking at getting the report by October.
Okay. So this was commissioned back in 11th of June 2021. It happens to be my birthday, so thank you for that present. And we're now, so submissions regarding the paper closed on the 28th of March this year. So, you know, where are we now? We're in August. Do you still expect it to be completed by September?
I'm hoping to get the report by October. I've been advised by Mr Keller.
Okay.
And I acknowledge the amount of time it's taken, but we've had a pandemic. We've had a pandemic. Consultation on these matters are really, really important, and obviously those considerations around the pandemic and access to be able to consult with people is really important. So I totally agree. It's been a long time coming, but I think we've had some exceptional circumstances.
Can you tell me, Minister, will the review be made public?
Absolutely.
Yep. And in terms of, you've obviously got to get the report, read it yourself, review it. Can you tell us how much delay there'll be between that time and when it's made public?
Well, I can't predict what delay there might be or what the circumstances. As soon as I get it, I'll have a look and consider the recommendations and would determine when it will be made public.
Would you anticipate that we'd have the report published by the end of the year?
Look, I'm happy to refer as to when the expectation might be.
We are aiming to have it completed by the end of the year, definitely.
And we'd have an official response from OLG by then as well, presumably?
We are preparing one.
So can I just, so there'll be, the report will come in and there'll be a discussion about that report being made public.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's some time to develop the response. It is a root and branch review, and we're expecting it to make a suite of recommendations about potential improvements to the framework, which will need time to be developed, not just by OLG, but in consultation with other agencies.
Yeah, but just to elaborate on that response, so are you suggesting that the response from government might take longer than the end of the year then?
Well, it's difficult to predict when you haven't seen the recommendations, but I also note there's been and continues to be improvements made to the way the conduct framework operates, and that those changes have been informed by a number of things, including ICAC findings. So those improvements continue even while we wait for this report. The report will come in. The Minister's made it really clear that her expectation is that it's, you know, the recommendations are made public, and then of course there's a period in which to form an appropriate response and be able to implement that response.
Yes. So, but Minister, presumably, given the litany of things we've seen go on in the local government sector in terms of code of conduct breaches and misbehaviour and all the rest of it, and the ICAC findings, would it be safe to presume that you will take these recommendations very seriously and look to implement all of them?
Depending on what the recommendations are, what my intention is to ensure that whatever the recommendations are and that are agreed to, that we do it as quickly as possible.
Can I ask how many submissions were received in response to the consultation paper?
We can get you that figure, but I do note there's the submission process, but engagement with the sector continues, whether it's with LGNSW, with councils and others. It's not restricted to the number of submissions received. A number of them were aggregate submissions. We have Mr Keller continuing his work, which includes consultation with other jurisdictions who are also looking at how to improve their conduct frameworks. It seems that, you know, we're not the only jurisdiction dealing with the need to update and refresh that framework. So there is consultation beyond the submission process itself.
Okay, but you will be able to get me the number of submissions?
We can get it for you and provide it in the later session if that's okay.
Thank you, appreciate that. In terms of the advertising of the opening of submissions, how is that done throughout the state?
I'll need to take that on us. Melissa, do you have that?
I know that there was definitely a circular that was issued. Website, obviously.
Sorry, Ms Gibbs, a circular to councils?
A circular to councils, yep. Yes. And definitely notices on the website. It was pretty fairly widely known that the review was being undertaken. One of the other reasons, and you raised the length of time taken.
Sorry, on that point, it was pretty widely known. How did you come to that conclusion?
Mainly because the Minister had been speaking about it at a number of sector events, such as the Local Government Conference, Local Government Professionals Conference, in discussions with the parties to the Local Government Award.
So unless you're at a local government conference or some sort of insider event, you may have missed this even if you're a councillor. What about ratepayers?
Can I take on notice whether there was any particular targeting of ratepayers?
Sure. Minister, does that concern you that we may not have advertised this to ratepayers in terms of their elected representatives being a code of conduct being reviewed?
Well, we'll take on notice to see whether we have or haven't.
It may have been on the Have Your Say website. I'd need to check that though.
Okay,
we'll just
so
check for you
as we stand now, we don't have any line of sight onto the penetration into that sort of ratepayer space in terms of knowledge of this review.
I can get you a breakdown, if you like, of the submissions that were made and by the category of people who made the submissions, whether it's a council, a council or elected body staff member or member of the community.
Okay. And is there an intention to make the submissions public?
I haven't turned my mind to that. I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do it as an addendum to the report when it comes in, but at the moment it's currently in train. It was an open process to make submissions, and I know that we've spoken with a number of individuals beyond council or...
Okay, thanks.
There may be some that are sensitive for personal reasons, so I won't give a blanket commitment here.
I did, didn't I?
Did you? Okay.
They're going to provide me with that information.
How many overall submissions? Did you answer that? Sorry.
We're just getting this, the number for you.
Right, thank you.
Break.
Sorry.
The former Minister Shelley Hancock issued a press release on, as I said, 11th of June 2021, in which she stated residents rightly expect high standards of behaviour from their elected representatives, and the New South Wales Government has zero tolerance for councillors who put petty politics and egos ahead of serving the local community. Given it took 9 years, Minister, for your government to commission the review, would it be fair to say Ms Hancock's statement is somewhat misleading when she claims the New South Wales Government has zero tolerance? I mean, this again goes to time. Yeah, everyone can say we're going to have a review into this and we're going to do this, but if it takes eons, it's almost like it never happened. Would you accept that that's problematic?
Look, that's a matter for Ms Hancock to probably answer. I know that I take the integrity of the councillors and the sector very, I hold it very close to my heart, and I think it's very important that the community does so too. So I'm doing my best to ensure that we have a comprehensive consultation, and this review is going to come down, and we try and get some focus on how we can best implement a very robust misconduct framework. So it's happening.
It's happening, yes. That's an interesting and oft-repeated refrain.
Thank you. Just as a point, if I can put it to you, there are quite a number of councillors that have contacted me, and perhaps similar to my colleagues, that they weren't aware of this. Actual councillors weren't aware of the current review of procedures. So, I know how difficult it is to get the word out and to make it noticed, but I think we just need to be really cautious that, some of these traditional consultation processes are being a bit neglected in terms of the rigour that we can and the effort we can make. So.
Could I just respond to that and confirm that it was at the time published on the Have Your Say website? I appreciate that, particularly with an intake of new councillors who don't have that corporate history. We meet regularly with LGNSW as a peak that can help get the word out. And so, my hope is that LGNSW plus our own messaging telegraphs it out so that everyone who wants to participate can. But if you hear from people who would like to have a say, please bring them to our attention and we'll factor them in.
Okay, that's wonderful because, I literally got messages in the last 2 days, have submissions closed? And my advice was, well, it appears they have, so perhaps we can...
That particular element's been closed, but we are open to hearing from people who would like to participate.
Terrific. Thank you very much. That's really good to hear. Can I just ask a couple of questions around amalgamations? So... do you expect that there may be any amalgamations being considered at the moment for the Northern Rivers region?
Amalgamations being considered for the Northern Rivers?
Yes, councils in the Northern Rivers.
No.
No. Does the Fit for Future still apply to councils, the reform package that was released by the New South Wales Government?
I'm quite happy to hand over to the team about what the framework is at the moment.
Thank you.
Minister Upton concluded that process a number of years ago. Some of the councils are still reporting their metrics and their improvement plans, but there's no formal monitoring of the Fit for the Future process at the moment.
And so what criteria is current in terms of determining whether there would be any amalgamation?
The government's policy is there's no forced amalgamations at the moment, and if there's a proposal that is lodged, it would be dealt with under the provisions of the Local Government Act.
Okay, and that's you're confident that that's an absolute current government policy and position in terms of amalgamations?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Mallard's very certain over here. So I suppose really now it is about really looking at the harm or the damage that's been done. Minister, are you concerned about the mental health issues that were identified in the Boundaries Commission report on the demerger of Cootamundra-Gundagai Regional Council?
Yeah, absolutely, and that was a part of my consideration. As you're aware, I made the announcement yesterday that I have agreed with the Boundaries Commission report and that Cootamundra-Gundagai will be demerged. And that was a part of those considerations. Obviously, I read the report and the dissenting report in regards to the information and the examination by the Boundaries Commission. Certainly, the mental health and work health and safety of employees was paramount in my decision, and that was a result of that.
Will you move to legislating binding plebiscites in all forcibly merged councils and support holding these plebiscites concurrent with the March 2023 state election?
Well, the plebiscites are at the hands of councils themselves. If they wish to engage with their communities in regards to that matter by that way, they can do so. But what I do know is that we have a framework in place currently with the Boundaries Commission, and that is a vehicle for consulting with the community and presenting a business case in regards to any proposed demergers.
And so if a council, if there was that request, you would support that?
It's not a matter for me to support. It's up to the councils to decide.
And so does that include, with the Boundaries Commission recommendation, are you saying in terms of the Snowy Mountains Council, what's your view there?
So any council can make a proposal for demerger. That is then put to the Boundaries Commission to examine and to then report back to me as Minister on any recommendations they have. That's the process under the Act.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Can I just move to the sort of the Office of Local Government's role in the flood recovery and post-disaster? Can you just tell me what, if any, work you are doing in the Northern Rivers about the housing crisis, directly to housing?
The housing is being handled by the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation and the Department of Planning and Environment prior to that. In terms of the involvement, we were involved in the former Housing Task Force, but that was the extent of our involvement. We're not directly involved in the service delivery.
But in terms of perhaps, yeah, I understand then with service delivery, but so with the, I'm a bit confused about the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation now and the New South Wales Reconstruction Agency. I think there's a bit of confusion there about whether the latter's replacing the former or the former continues. I
think the former continues until the new one established, but that's a matter for the Department of Premier and Cabinet and the Minister for Flood Recovery.
So do you see a role though for Office of Local? Do you think you will continue and be able to feed into however that manifests? Is that something
we feed into all government processes? We're a member of the State Recovery Committee, a member of the State Emergency Management Committee, and we do regular liaison with our colleagues in other state agencies, bringing issues to council, bringing issues of councils' issues to their attention, also trying to address issues that are raised by councils, plus also help other agencies address issues in local councils.
Minister, what's your view in terms of your vision for local government in terms of this disaster recovery? Do you think it's appropriate that council's powers, the collegiate decision-making powers of council are able to be overridden in terms of these reconstruction authorities, or whatever we end up with, corporations authorities?
Look, I think we have very extraordinary circumstances at the moment, and the New South Wales government is doing its best to ensure that we're recovering, and we're assisting the people to recover up in the Northern Rivers. Certainly council plays a very big role in providing feedback in regards to decisions around planning, and it's important that there is a relationship and that consultation occurs. In regards to the Northern Rivers Construction Authority, obviously the Deputy Premier has control over that at the moment, and I'm happy to pass on to the Secretary to see where that's up to. He's a part of that cohort as well.
Yeah, there's an advisory committee for the Northern Rivers Construction Authority, which I sit on, but the executive reports directly to the Deputy Premier in that regard.
So I suppose really my question is going to, do you see that there's a role for you to advocate on behalf of your council or the councils to support them in their and maintain their representative role in driving the decisions that will be made, and I mean the planning decisions and development decisions and the rezoning decisions on part of their communities in this recovery process?
For me?
Minister, whoever you would like to.
Yeah, look, I think they're complex issues when you start to drill into planning, and that's really a question for the planning minister, how the legislation works and how it proceeds. Having managed a lot of programs that deal with those types of conflicts, whether it's going to be the state-led process or a local-led process, there's always positives and negatives on both sides.
But I think the question where I'm trying to get to is, the government keeps saying that we know community-led recovery. We know every IPCC report in terms of adaptation and response is about community-led recovery, community-led response. That's how we succeed in the face of climate events or disaster events. At the moment in the Northern Rivers, there is this enormous situation happening, and really the question is there are councils who are directly impacted and are looking for some kind of assurance that they will be able to continue, regardless of how complex planning is. These are the people elected to make decisions on behalf of their community, and they are the ones that are talking to their communities every single day, and their communities elected them to get them through this crisis. Yes, they need the help of state government, but as the Minister for Local Government and the office and representatives of those local governments, are you taking an advocacy role to the state to say these elected representatives play a really important part? It's important that we don't run roughshod over them in this process of recovery.
So I think it's pretty clear that most planning processes do that, but as far as the advocacy process, I think that's a question back for the Minister.
I mean, absolutely. I think it's an important part of the whole process, and I think if the process is to be successful, that's an important part to ensure is happening. So I'm very much for advocating that there is that role for council to play, and I'm absolutely certain there will be. And I'm happy to advocate for it.
To the extent that their planning powers as elected councillors won't be overridden?
Well, I mean, that's a matter for the planning minister on how best to do that, but certainly I'm happy to advocate to the planning minister on my views on that.
Thank you. Sorry, it's over to you.
Was that the full cross speech?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
no,
it's
it's still my time. Okay, sorry. You don't have... Okay. Right. Sorry, you've still got me for another few minutes. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure about the time. Thank you. Because look, I raise this because naturally there are, there's a number of contentious aspects in terms of the recovery and the pre-existing contentious issues before the disaster events happened in some of those council areas. And there is, there's a fear that councillors will be overridden and their powers usurped in the recovery. And there clearly is a much better way of finding that balance. So thank you for that assurance. Can I just go to a completely different issue, and that is the issue around the state government's new policy on private native forestry, and obviously this impacts some of our regional and rural local governments. And one of the issues that has been long-standing is the notion of councils having some power over the way private native forestry and the impacts that has on their functions as a local government, whether it's roads, consent, managing the environment, etc. Can you tell us about the dual consent provisions? Again, this goes to the notion of councils being overridden. The dual consent provisions for private native forestry, and whether there are still councils that are able to make decisions about this?
I'd have to refer to the agency. Do you have any idea?
Could you just repeat the question? Because I think it's more of a forestry/native forestry question, which is not the Minister for Local Government.
I understand that. This is actually about councils being able to exercise their consent functions. Do councils still have the power to make their decisions under their LEPs? Now the state government has introduced a new regime. For context, the state government said that dual consent of councils was a problem. However, it still appears there are dual consents. Do you know have you been informed, or do you know that whether councils will be able to continue to exercise their powers?
I'd need to take that on notice. I think it is more of a planning or native forestry question. So I want to take that one on notice.
Thank you. So look, I suppose the question, if you could get the answer to, is how many councils are still able to exercise their functions under their LEPs as it applies to private native forestry, and also whether the state government did consult with Office of Local Government or councils if those dual consent capacities have been removed. They're the two questions. Thank you very much. And in terms of background, the local government New South Wales was very active in that process and did make submissions and made their concerns very clear that they wanted to retain control or some control and be able to exercise their functions. So, but the curiosity is we don't know what's happened and where that's landed. So some certainty around that would be very helpful. Thank you. In terms of local governments being able to, I think this is a similar question. This is, again, a natural resource question and comes from councils, regional and rural councils. But just in relation to being able councils to exercise their functions as providing safe and secure water, and for those councils that do, the questions really are around the water sharing plans and whether or not, is the state government, where the incongruity, so where is the capacity for councils to be able to fulfil their obligations to deliver safe and secure water when the state government has these water sharing plans that are excluding councils from being able to undertake their functions. One in particular is in relation to the agricultural use of water under water sharing plans versus the competing right of being able to supply water to communities. Is that something that has crossed your table, that you're aware of and that you can assist councils with?
Ms Higginson, that's a matter for the Water Minister, and obviously he does consult with councils in regards to his portfolio, and I think they're best probably answers given by him.
Thank you. I do think it's a matter. I think the theme really for some of these regional councils is they're just perhaps feeling like they don't have the representation or the support to exercise their functions in relation to a sort of some of those state government incursions onto the exercise of their functions, and they're looking for some sort of clarity and leadership around that, and why is it not the role of the Minister for Local Government to be able to advocate on their part so they can exercise those functions?
Well, as you'd be aware, the local government touches all agencies, there's no doubt, all different portfolios, and, you know, as the local government minister, I'm happy to advocate for the local government sector, and I think that's a really important part of my role. So any issues that you think I need to take up with other ministers, I'm happy to do so, and do so on behalf of councils that have raised them with me.
Well, would you please raise and find out whether some LGAs are able to refuse applying the new koala SEP? So there's a couple of local governments, and specifically because the koala SEP schedules local governments, in particular local governments which must apply the koala SEP, because there are a couple of local governments that would like to be excluded from the schedule of the former Deputy Premier's koala SEP. Is that something that you think is possible?
Happy for councils to write to me and ask me to advocate on their behalf, but they would be best served to go directly to the Planning Minister.
Thank you. Is there something that the New South Wales Government will do, and you, Minister, to improve the rate pegging methodology to prevent future financial shocks to the sector, and ultimately move to removing rate pegging?
I'm not sure whether that's the answer, but certainly the review by IPART is an important piece of work, as I reiterated to you earlier. And having that consistent rate peg and making sure the methodology is actually looking forward instead of looking backwards, to me, is an important concept. So I'm looking forward to that review taking place, because I think it's really important that we do have that consistency on what rate peg is being applied, and certainly that enables councils to better plan financially. We need to move the peaks and troughs in regards to rate pegging, and as I said, I think it's a very important piece of work. And
do we know when the review? Do we know have timing around that?
Yeah.
The review's kicked off. IPART confirmed with me actually just the other day that they have commenced. So obviously they need, you know, some time to complete that review, given it's quite a complex topic. I think we've set an end date of March. I might need to take on notice. I don't quite remember the end date, but it's got a timeline with IPART, and I can tell the committee they've kicked it off. So we'll confirm the scheduled end date in the break.
Thank you. What steps, Minister, are being taken to reform the emergency service levy funding model?
Well, that's a very important topic at the moment. Obviously, the New South Wales Government has been able to take the hit out of the enormous costs that are upon councils in regards to emergency services. We significantly have ensured that the extra cost over the last few years have been the state government has provided funding to councils to assist them in that funding. I think it's a really important question, and it's certainly something that I'm working on with the Emergency Service Minister.
And can I just ask on that, and I'm really grateful to hear this, are you looking at, and I'll finish now, are you aware of the Climate Council's work on the real vulnerabilities? Are you looking at sort of models of I suppose, substantive difference as opposed to just sort of blanket reform? Are we looking at areas that may be more prone and more susceptible to the requirement for emergency services over time?
I'm not specifically. Obviously, there's a big role in government in regards to the emergency service levy. I think it was tackled before and there were some issues, but I think it needs to be at our forefront of our mind as how we are going to cope, and particularly as a sector around sustainability, how councils are going to cope with the enormous impact that that levy will have. So there are discussions going on at the moment in regards to how we are going to look at that levy, and certainly it's a matter that we are putting on the table with the Treasurer because it's important that there is a focus on it.
But there's no actual plan yet?
Not at this time.
Discussions. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. IPART has 9 months to complete its review.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to go back to the questions of Ms Higginson in relation to the Cootamundra-Gundagai Regional Council. So you said to the Chair that your decision to demerge the council was based on your reading of the Boundaries Commission report and dissenting report, and you made a reference to the health, I think, the mental health of staff. I just wondered if you could just elaborate on that.
If you've read the report, Ms Jackson, it did highlight some concerns around staff and some comments that were made at a public inquiry hearing. Obviously, as soon as I read that issue, I did ring the Mayor of the council to express my concerns in regards to seeing that statement, and asked that we work towards making sure that work health and safety is paramount in the council's mind, and he ensured me that it was. There was lots of considerations made in regards to the decision around demerging Cootamundra-Gundagai, and that was one of them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously, as you were aware, Cootamundra-Gundagai is not the only council that was subject to a forced amalgamation that wishes to demerge. Another obvious one is Snowy Valleys, who were awaiting, I understand, your decision in relation to Cootamundra-Gundagai. The Boundaries Commission also came to the conclusion that Snowy Valleys should demerge. So will you now allow that to occur?
There obviously is a process in place, and as you're aware, under the Act, if the council decides to put forward a business case for a position of demerger proposal, that will directly go to the Boundaries Commission to be examined, to conduct public inquiry on it, and to make recommendations to myself as the Minister.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
that hasn't occurred yet.
And, I mean, part of the issue here is how long do you anticipate the Boundaries Commission will take in relation to the consideration of those proposals? I mean, I think you're aware that Snowy Valleys are going to pursue that. They have voted to do that. You're aware of that, yes. So there is now, I think, now that we've had this recognition that some of the mergers that were pushed through were a failure and that there is the option to have them reversed, I think it's fair to say a number of councils are to pursue that. So what advice can you give them in relation to how long that process is likely to take?
Well, that'll be a matter for the Boundaries Commission. Obviously, I cannot predict, or nor would I want to predict, how long an examination would take. I expect that any examination is thorough and consultative with the community. So, how long's a piece of string? That would be up to the Boundaries Commission.
Well, I mean, and in relation again to those councils who are now looking at what has happened with Cootamundra, that's just the CGRC.
Cootamundra, yes.
Can you give them an assurance that just as you have followed the Boundary Commission advice in relation to this council, that you will consistently do that in future? Because it is a lot of effort for them to go down that path, the business case, all of the consultation. Now, they've seen their colleagues in Cootamundra Gundagai be successful. So what assurance can you give them that if the Local Government Boundaries Commission makes similar recommendations in future, that you'll follow them?
I will make a determination on each individual case. Obviously, I'm not going to go out and say that, I'm going to be doing a carte blanche on all proposals. It needs careful consideration on each proposal and the recommendations by the Boundary Commissions. That's their role, and I will do my due diligence around each and every case that's put before me.
I mean, it's a bit of a concession that the forced mergers policy was a failure. That we've
I disagree with that, Ms. Jackson. I mean, there's plenty of examples of councils that were merged that are successfully merged, and just because
what's top of your list there?
I'm quite happy to go through.
I mean, Inner West, they voted at a community referendum to demerge, so evidently,
Mayor's very happy.
Evidently, the community of the Inner West isn't happy. Central Coast, they've had.
So let's have a look at some examples of some achievements that have been made by councils that have merged. I think the Northern Beaches has been very successful. A report from LSI Consulting in May 2021 found that the amalgamated Northern Beaches Council was performing better than its 3 former individual councils. The council's 2020-21 annual report stated that it had achieved more than double the state government's 76.3 million estimated savings over 10 years from amalgamation. This is a projected 161.6 million net present value over 10 years, and these savings have been reinvested into the community through operational and capital projects, on track to more than double the 76.3 million estimated savings from amalgamation. Queanbeyan-Palorang Council, another merged council, has also delivered more than 1.1 million in infrastructure projects. In fact, the overall performance and progress of this council was recognised in 2020 when presented with the prestigious AR Blewett Award for being the state's most progressive and innovative council. That's a regional council, and it's doing very well. In a media statement, LGNSW commended Queanbeyan-Palorang's remarkable transformation journey since the merger in 2016. Cumberland City Council, as flagged in its 2021 annual report, the council achieved a net operating surplus in 2021 compared to a deficit the previous year, the best result for Cumberland City Council since amalgamation. The improved performance saw the council able to assist ratepayers who are expecting financial hardship by placing residents on affordable payment plans. We've got Dubbo Regional Council. Regional Council has realised savings of 0.9 million since amalgamated. Mid Coast Council, centralisation of office staff is delivering operational efficiencies through improved
I'm just letting you run on because
processes.
It's my view that we have consistently seen the community, extremely dissatisfied with the government's forced amalgamation policy. And so if it is honestly your view, the day after you have now reversed the unbelievably unpopular forced amalgamation that led to Cootamundra Gundagai Council, your position is still this was a raging success.
No,
that's your view. The community members listening in, I'm sure there are many.
You said to me that the merger policy is a complete failure, and I've just given you examples, and there is evidence to say that's not the case. So I'm quite happy to sing the praises of the councils that did merge, the great job that they've done in regards to that merger and how they've implemented that transition. And I think you should be doing the same. You should be congratulating those councils for what they've achieved for their community.
I mean, in a way, I'm pleased that they've managed to do well in a very difficult set of circumstances. But I go back to my original question is, of the many, many local government areas who were subject to forced amalgamations, who continue to be strongly opposed to that, Snowy Valleys, Central Coast, Inner West, the list goes on, Hilltops, of whom, you would know from the correspondence that you receive, the community is not happy. They've now seen that there is a path to demerger, that is Cootamundra Gundagai have been able to take. Can you give them an assurance that you will offer them the same opportunity if the Local Government Boundary Commission makes that recommendation?
I can give them an assurance that if they put forward a proposal, a business case, that it will be examined by the Boundaries Commission as per the Act.
Okay, and again, I mean, I know that you said you were unable to provide any information in relation to how long that might take.
That's a matter for the Boundaries Commission.
In relation to Cootamundra Gundagai, what representations did you receive from members of Parliament in support of that? Did you meet with any members?
No, the decision's mine alone, and I wasn't going to be influenced by any members of Parliament. I have the responsibility in my portfolio to make that decision around my thoughts on the demerger proposal, and I did my due diligence. And let me tell you, it was a very difficult decision. It was a very difficult decision because there is a lot of elements at play, and obviously it's important that we make sure that these decisions are in the best interests of the community. And clearly, community sentiment around the demerger in the Cootamundra Gundagai was very high, and I could see that things were not going to improve for the community.
Minister, in 1920, Hilltops had a...
In 1920?
1920.
FY 1920.
Okay.
19/20.
2017 earlier, so it wouldn't surprise us.
I know we were both alive then, but it had an operating performance ratio of negative 9.1. Is that an indication of a successful merger?
As I said before, I've indicated to you some achievements by merged councils. And let me tell you, this is not our government alone. 2004, Labor government did exactly the same thing without funding to assist councils. So, let me say each individual council, the way it's implemented, is very important to its success.
So overall, it's been a success, merging councils?
You're putting words into my mouth for your own political purposes. As I've said to you, some councils in the merge process have found it more difficult than others. There is no doubt about that. And clearly Cootamundra Gundagai was an example of that, and for lots of reasons.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So you did not meet with or have any conversations with any members of Parliament in relation to whether or not the Cootamundra Gundagai Council should be demerged?
I have had meetings with the a member for Cootamundra in regards to she set up a meeting for me to have with some stakeholders in the Cootamundra Gundagai area, particularly Gundagai. I had a meeting with those people, so clearly her representations on behalf of her community were made to me. But in relation to the decision that I made around Cootamundra Gundagai, I have not had a discussion with her. That was my decision alone.
Just in relation to the conversation that we're having about, the councils that have struggled, and indeed the councils that have done well, as a result of the merger policy, we've asked this before, but I'm going to ask it again because the government's estimates in relation to the benefits of that policy when it was announced was based on analysis prepared by KPMG. That analysis has never been made public. We have now seen you making a decision to reverse forced mergers in at least one council. Will you make public the full KPMG report on which this policy was based, the estimates on which this policy was based in the first place?
Ms Jackson, I'm looking to the future. I'm not interested in the past. Clearly, this has been a difficult time for some councils in regards to the transition and merging, and we're looking forward to the future now in assisting councils where we can to deliver services to the community.
But the future looks a lot like the past, when the future is we're going to let them go back to what they had before. So, I mean, the answer I take from that is no. Like, it was a direct question, will you release the full report? And then you just talked about something else. But so you won't. Even now, when we have seen that there are serious questions over the basis on which some of those decisions were made, we've already had one reversed, you won't release the full report.
No.
I mean, that's very disappointing for a number of the councils, I'm sure. Do you want to jump in?
How much time have we got?
Yeah, sorry.
You have another 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. Minister, I understand you've undertaken to recommence annual reporting by all New South Wales councils regarding their employment statistics. That's in the mandatory annual reporting to the OLG, where you'll require each council to provide their total staffing numbers on a date named by the OLG, which will provide a breakdown of full-time, part-time, casuals, labour hire, contract staff, and presumably that's to assist in identifying any overuse or misuse of staff who have no security of employment. Is that right? Are those statistics going to be published?
Well, as a part of the annual report, of course.
Yeah, okay. And when can we expect that report will be published?
Well, the annual reports are published usually in September.
November.
November. They're put before council and they're published in November.
So in the reports in November, we can expect that these full-time equivalents, part-time, all those sort of breakdowns will be included?
Yes, I'm assuming. Yes.
Okay. And can I ask you, Minister, the report obviously relies on councils providing accurate input data to the OLG because you're going to be requiring councillors to report, obviously. Are there any penalties or any penalty regimes being considered in the event that councils are found to provide misleading or inaccurate information?
I'll have to refer to the agency.
Yeah, we monitor and analyse the information that comes in, and certainly we'll be reviewing that. I think Ms Bishop's area in performances will be certainly taking a close look at those figures as they come in.
Yes, because you can appreciate there may be an incentive to, depending on your employment practices, there may be an incentive to misreport. I'm not suggesting that would be the automatic reaction, but my question is there going to be a regime which puts a lens over that?
Happy to take that, if you like. Thank you, Mr Buttigieg. This new reporting requirement, as you may be aware, was developed in partnership with the parties to the Local Government Award and Local Government New South Wales, all of whom have a great interest in looking at the returns that, or the reports that councils will be providing for the first time in the annual report. So I would expect that they will all have an interest in making sure that that they are satisfied that the figures are accurate, and I'm sure they'll report to us if they think that they're not. The new regulation was, again, developed in consultation with the parties to the award and LG New South Wales, and it picks a particular date of the year that councils have to report on to eliminate or at least mitigate councils potentially gaming the system. Not that we think they would do that, but it was a deliberately random date that they have to report on, so that they can't necessarily prepare for a particular date and, you know, get rid of all of their labour hire stuff.
I appreciate that, Ms Gibbs, and I appreciate the answer. My question was more around if it's found that those figures are inaccurate for whatever reason, is there some sort of enforcement regime or penalty regime?
It would be the usual
code of conduct, because I think there's an important difference between providing reports and then what you're suggesting, which is sanctions and penalties for people deliberately trying to engage in misleading or dishonest conduct, and there are provisions around that.
And also we have the new internal audit framework coming in, and it will be, performance reporting is going to be a function of the internal audit reports, the internal audit committees.
And would you be communicating with councils to that effect, that this is a serious reporting regime, we expect it to be done accurately?
Yes, we have actually done that, and any breaches that we become aware of will be dealt with under the existing enforcement provisions under the Local Government Act.
Minister, can I ask you, have you taken any initiatives to seek additional funding for New South Wales councils?
I'm always trying to push for additional funding, and I think going forward, the importance of ensuring that we have a strong sector is very forefront in my mind, and this misconduct review will be an important part of that, and I would see that you know, we'll continue to strengthen the sector, because I think they play a really important part of our state's economy, our state's effectiveness, and I will always continue to advocate that the sector is well resourced.
No, I understand. So advocacy is one thing, but success is another. Have you had any positive noises from the Treasury about that?
As I said, we're working together in regards. I'm putting my view forward in regards to the importance of local government to the state, and you know, I'm always talking with the Treasurer around those issues.
I wish you more success than your predecessors, Minister.
Thank you.
Minister, what are we doing to ensure councils are not going to be worse off under the proposed reforms to the infrastructure contribution system?
Well, that's a matter for the planning minister, and I have his assurance that councils won't be worse off, but that's a matter for him to probably discuss that issue with you. I believe he's
Monday.
I think that every council would expect that the minister who represents them in cabinet would be, you know, well and truly aware of the potential threats that councils may not end up better off, and that I think that they would expect that there would be.
There is, Ms Higginson, there always is those discussions in regards to any reform that might affect council. I've had the assurance that councils won't be worse off, but as I said, that's a matter for the Minister for Planning.
And is there anything you can tell us that in ways in which he has given you those guarantees? Because we know how contributions, we can miss out radically if we get it wrong, and then it's hard to kind of shift those once they're in place. So,
well, I take the Minister Planning on his word, and we'll see what the outcome is.
Thank you. Is there something that, do you see any role, in terms of the role of local government minister and the responsibility of councils and their functions and being able to healthily perform their functions, in light of what we are experiencing with the disaster events, and now the complete removal of doubt that we're not facing, we have a climate change scenario upon us. Are you taking steps to make sure that your councils across New South Wales, particularly in those vulnerable areas, are being supported and assisted to face how they develop their adaptation around climate change?
Yeah, look, I'm happy to defer to the agency, but I want you to know that there's been a lot of funding that's been provided to councils in helping them to plan.
When you say a lot, what are you talking about?
I'll just go through some of the funding particularly around catchment management plans to ensure, coastal management plans. Obviously, there's been particularly focus on making sure that councils have coastal management protection plans in place. There's been support in enabling them to do that. There is always funding available to assist councils for their planning, and that has been recognised through those grant funding schemes. Look, I'm happy to defer to the agency in regards to what other issues are arising out of adaptation. Flood funding, obviously, there's been significant money that's been provided as a result of the disasters, and the capacity, obviously, for councils to address some of the responses and recovery. There's been enormous amounts of funding gone to assist those in recovery, but obviously in the IPNR framework, there's the ability for councils to really do some homework on what the importance of the future looks like, and we as a government are there to support them.
So yeah, I'd love anything. Just in it, I mean, we are at the moment naturally overwhelmed by response and recovery, but what we really need to be doing is equally looking at adaptation and what we do to make people safe.
Thank you. And as the Minister referenced, there is a whole of government application of effort to this, and the response to the flood inquiry will look at some of these questions. We have colleagues at the table who can speak to the investment in coastal management planning, and disaster readiness or climate change readiness is a part of that. And my colleague, Mr. Baxter, can also speak to some of the work that the emergency response agencies are doing around future readiness as well as immediate recovery. So, Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you. And also, particularly, I'd love to know about, are we looking at, innovation in adaptation and not just sort of building hard structures and moving problems elsewhere? Thank you.
Sure. So councils across the state are working on their coastal management programs, and the department provides funding and technical support for those. So I think you were asking sort of the level of funding that has been provided, and since 2016 there's been 249 grants to local councils, and that's totalling around $48 million, and that funding continues. Councils are able to apply for funding to both prepare and implement their coastal management programs. In terms of...
Can I just ask with that, has that been very competitive? Like, do you think that those grants, that the 48 million, is the idea they're snapped up very quickly and then there's a desire for more? Is that what we're experiencing?
At the moment, the program's not oversubscribed, so it is a competitive program, and the guidelines are publicly available with the criteria in those. Our process for awarding those grants is consistent with the DCP guidelines, and certainly there's technical review, there's independent technical reviewers that look at those. We're expecting as more of the coastal management programs come online, there might be higher demand for the grant funding, because once you have your program prepared in consultation with your community, you're able to get funding for those, and there is a bit of a ramp up in funding over the next 3 years that was announced in the budget to try and account for that. You also asked about climate change and are we looking at, I guess, innovative solutions. And look, absolutely the full range. Councils and their communities are encouraged to look at the full range of options that are available. When we look at, not just coastal erosion, when we look certainly at the inundation threats that we're looking at over the next sort of 20, 50, 100 years, they're substantial, and we're going to have to be looking at the full range of options to address those issues.
Do you think the idea of having grant systems is the most effective way of getting finances to struggling councils, particularly regional and rural ones that need financial assistance regardless of, where it's quite obvious, particularly in about adaptation and future planning?
I think it's not always quite obvious. I think what's important is having a strategic program like the coastal management programs that's developed in consultation with communities, with First Nations stakeholders and also other government agencies is really important. So I think having that program in place in the first instance is important, because I think the more people you work with in this space, the solution's always obvious to everyone, but it's always a different obvious solution. So I think having the sort of program we have, where it's the state government working with councils and communities, is the right way to go. In terms of how they're funded into the future, it's probably something that will evolve, but at the moment I think the process we've got of working on the programs initially and then implementing that, that agreed strategic approach, rather than just looking, isolated at, well, this is how we'll solve this problem now, because I don't think that approach works.
Okay, so you don't think that just, all right, I suppose it's a broader question. The idea of councils know what they need to do, so just being able to actually deliver that money rather than these processes of applying, etc. But again, I'm thinking of some of these councils where, we keep putting this pressure on, be strategic, particularly around adaptation, yet let's face it, we've come to, some councils are under so much pressure right now, particularly as Ms Dench is nodding, when you're exposed to something, say, like Lismore and some of those other really hard-hit councils. This idea, really is the answer not just to be giving these councils the money and getting on with the work.
This is what the office has been doing in conjunction with the Commonwealth Government and Resilience New South Wales. So the $1 million of immediate recovery and assistance money that went out to all disaster-affected councils from the February and July floods was $1 million into councils' bank account. Councils then got told how they could acquit the funding. They then gave us a program of work. So we didn't make them do a grant application. We provided a streamlined process to do that. We're working with state government agencies, and I know, for example, my colleagues in regional New South Wales and in their flood programs areas are doing a lot of work to hold councils' hands during the grant application process, to identify the right projects and things, to work with them on the grant application so that it does take the load off, especially our regional councils, where the capacity and the capability for doing a business case or a grant application might be lesser. In terms of your broader question about the strategic challenge and the shift in mindset, for want of a better term, I think that's a key underlying theme in the flood inquiry. Is it's clear with the disaster adaptation plans and some of the proposals that the government has accepted or accepted in principle with the recommendations, there will be required to be a shift in mindset, and that will require resources to be devoted to that. I know Resilience New South Wales are doing a number of programs working with the joint organisations at a regional level to see how they can help build emergency management and response and recovery capability. I think we're still learning, as we all do in this space, and I think that's an important part of our role, is to help state government agencies and facilitate state government agencies understanding the challenges that councils are facing in a recovery environment, and being able to move to the different world, to the different mindset of thinking that is apparently necessary.
Thank you. On waste, and please, it's, it is a great relief to hear that there is that, that the experience of what's going on, and obviously your interaction and view of that clearly is taking on board that a shift. I mean, we need a seismic shift, don't we, really? I mean, that's where...
And there are some significant challenges that we're facing. I know, for example, there's a cross-government working group being led by our colleagues at EPA on riverbank restoration because of the challenges out of the Hawkesbury, and then that will flow through to other riverbanks. So there are significant challenges. Yeah,
I was going to say, because one of the, it's so broad and holistic. We've got literally, it's from housing to rivers, and the whole thing right now is just so impacted. And really, when you look at what is required, it all comes down to money and capacity, and the idea of getting too caught up in processes to apply. At the moment, there is just a drastic need to just get this happening and out on the ground in the most escalated way we've ever seen.
And the challenge with that is making sure we do it in such a way that dollars, public funds, are accountable, are acquitted appropriately and transparently delivered as well. That's the challenge.
Yes.
With the new mindset and the new way in which we have to deliver the funding.
Yes. On that point, waste. What are we doing in terms of helping? There seems to be so much, good, strong local knowledge and capacities in various local government areas with their waste facilities and their waste understanding. What are we doing to assist councils to invest and transition into full circular waste, the full circular economy and those waste opportunities? There's a massive concern that the waste levy being taken to the state from the local government. I understand that, yes, there's been benefits around that. Are we looking at ways to return back to councils to help them better develop these real circular economies?
Yeah, my understanding is the EPA, we've been working on some cross-collaboration committees, are looking very much at that and how we're supporting councils.
That's a matter for the Minister for Environment.
But there is extremely important. And can I say, obviously, we have a strategy in regards to waste and having that circular economy, and councils play a really important part in that. And they are doing some really great things on the ground. I know certainly some of the councils in my electorate really kicking some goals in regards to waste, and we need to continue to support that, and that's a part of continuing to advocate that we have those grant streams that are assisting council to best practice in regards to waste and how
the mayor of Kyogle, wonderful mayor, the ex-mayor now, the ex-mayor, I'm behind still, she has been so vocal about how her rural council is just absolutely incapable of moving forward because 90% of the waste revenue goes to the state, and she wasn't able to do what that council were literally wanting to do in terms of their waste stream in that local government area. So it seems that some councils are really impacted by the state revenue system at the moment.
Noted.
Thank you.
All green issue raised that.
Pardon?
Perennial issue raised.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course. So one thing is are you able in a position as the minister to be helping councils, and how are we doing this to help councils in terms of the housing and homelessness crisis that's being experienced all across New South Wales? What's the role of you as Minister for Local Government assisting those councils that basically they're on the front line of it, aren't they? They're the ones facing the homelessness crisis literally each day in their LGA. What are we doing?
Well, obviously that's a matter for the Planning Minister, and I understand obviously the crossover with my position and the Planning Minister, and there's some great work going on with the Planning Minister in regards to housing and identifying particularly areas like Crown land or vacant land where they can assist with councils putting forward housing proposals. I know they recently announced an acceleration fund to help with infrastructure in getting housing developments off the ground, and that sort of acceleration fund is very welcome by councils to assist in putting that infrastructure in so those housing needs are met.
What about, you're probably aware of the Shoalhaven Mayor, Councillor Finlay, and the efforts that were made there to identify existing housing that is unoccupied and what we can do. Do you see a role for assisting councils to work on helping rather than new housing or affordable or social housing, actually immediate responses, and whether there's something that Office of Local Government could be doing to assist their councils to be going through a similar process, i.e. identifying whether there are vacant houses and what can be done to help landlords come on board to get people into houses where we know there's empty houses and homelessness.
Yeah, look, I might happy to defer to the Secretary. He obviously, is in charge of the whole.
A sophisticated squatters process is what Mr Pearce is suggesting.
Thanks, Minister. Look, the vacant housing question is one that's a very interesting one, and how you encourage people to bring those properties to market. For example, is it a serviceman that's been posted somewhere else that's got a vacant house? Do they want to have somebody else live in their house? Is it a holiday house that's visited every weekend, but through the week you're saying that it should be rented? So there's a bit of a challenge in that space for government to get too involved in people's day-to-day lives, I think. From a housing perspective, the government's announced, I think, the largest housing package that's ever been announced, over $2.9 billion, and I'd probably be more happy to go into that with the planning and housing ministers.
Sure. I think where this is coming from, and the pressure on me to kind of pull this line of inquiry is, like, it's fine for us to suggest that, there is an ideology that everyone's free to own things and do what they choose with their property. And of course, that's the paradigm we've laboured under for a long time. But it's government's responsibility when people are homeless for all sorts of reasons. They're not homeless because they deserve to be homeless. So I think what I was putting out really is perhaps there is a role to assist councils and councillors that want to help their community and understand their rate base and their housing stock and what's available. Is there anything Office of Local Government or the Minister for Local Government is willing to do, looking at that scenario that just happened in the Shoalhaven that has proved apparently an incredibly successful thing, but that was the initiative of one mayor, and whether or not there's something we can do.
The Mayor of Eurobodalla actually did it first.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, I apologise. I wasn't aware. So these two fabulous mayors of Shoalhaven and Eurobodalla, for the record, and that, are we not taking leadership in the office and saying, hey, that's an incredible thing, that's helping homelessness, that's the minister's responsibility and government's responsibility, and can we now assist through our capacities as being the local government minister, other local governments across New South Wales?
Look, I understand what you're talking about, and it's probably one of the hardest things in government, because we all have silos, we all have our portfolios, and I guess a successful government is talking to each other to ensure that we're trying to get the best outcomes for our community.
Fabulous.
And that's what we struggle with all the time, and that's why we have plenty of meetings around how do we do that and achieve that. And I guess my role is making sure that the local government sector is supported in any way it can to provide those services to the community. So, you know, I'm always having discussions with the Planning Minister, with Crown's Land Minister, Water Minister, about how we better service the local government sector to be able to achieve that end. Because at the end of the day, it's about people, and it's, you know, that's what we need to do. And as a government, we've got to, you know, we have to make sure that we're working together to achieve those outcomes. So, you know, I'll continue to do what I'm doing as a minister to ensure that local government is being looked after, is being taken seriously, and I will continue to advocate on behalf of the sector.
Thank you, Minister. They're all very wonderful words to hear.
Actions is what is important. I certainly take that view.
Yeah.
And I am very, very upbeat about some of the great things that we have achieved already and what we can achieve in the future to support our communities.
Terrific. And as you know, it's our job to hold you to account for all of those things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Tuckerman, for attending this hearing. We are finished with your questioning. The committee will now break for lunch. Oh dear!
Waiting for the
Please, you need to forgive me. I am very. I've been here for all of about 35 seconds. The government now has some time.
15 minutes. Well, we'll give everyone an early mark.
Thank you. So you're complete.
Yes.
You're complete. So on that, I thank you, Minister, very much. So we'll now break for lunch, and we will return.
Can I just make one last statement?
You can.
That is that it's very easy to criticise councils and what they do, and I just want to say that I think the councils across New South Wales have been through a very trying time under exceptional circumstances, and even though we have councillors that you know, perhaps are not doing what they should be, there is plenty of councillors that do the right thing and that serve our communities very well, and I will continue to support the sector in the work they do, and I just want to acknowledge that the work they do in the community.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'll now recommence, and I will just start with, we're getting some late people coming in now. I'll just start, if it's okay, if I could please just address one issue about just about whether we are going again back to some of the councils that have been really impacted and their capacity to deal with whether it's on your radar about the potential for another very, very, very wet season. I think we've all been put on a bit of notice by the Bureau of Meteorology in terms of their long-term forecasting, and just wondering whether Office of Local Government has been contacted or is working with some of those councils about their infrastructure and their capacity to continue to deliver services. One of the obvious ones from is Lismore, their sewage system failed, etc. I know there's the rebuild, but is that something on your radar?
Thanks, Chair. So obviously a number of government agencies are involved in recovery efforts, and
yes,
you know, we're certainly not the lead. We do play a role in providing that conduit to ensure that the voice of the sector is heard. My colleague, Mr. Baxter, is a part of state emergency governance, and OLG is represented on that. There has been investment in the water and sewerage rebuild in the Lismore affected area. So we're basically a part of a much bigger network looking at this, and a key role that we play is to ensure that the sector, the local government sector, and the things we hear from the sector are represented in those discussions.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baxter, did you want to talk about the emergency governance?
Yeah, so we don't have a direct service delivery role with the councils because we just don't have the staffing and things. So part of our role is to basically make sure that the issues are brought to triaged essentially to the other state government agencies. So, for example, Public Works, I know have been doing a lot of work up in Lismore in the Northern Rivers region. EPA likewise a lot of work with the waste. I know Transport have been doing a huge amount of work in regional roads and things, and we've been working with them. There are a range of challenges that are facing these councils in terms of housing for staff, in terms of getting qualified staff, engineers, surveyors and things, and we're working with other state government agencies to explore solutions on how we can help councils. In terms of your question of where these are going in the future, I think it's always a risk, and I think that's the work that the Emergency Services Network, for want of a better term, being SES as the lead agency and the various other parts of the process, need to work with this, and are working with councils through the local emergency management committees and the regional emergency management committees and the regional emergency management frameworks to start having those conversations. But it is a key challenge that I think we're all going to face with the weather outlook as it's coming.
Just on that, you raised the issue of that have staff and capacity. Is it still a real? Is there an issue more broadly and wider than the Northern Rivers about trying to have planners and planning staff, and is that happening across the state?
There is an issue with. I believe there's an issue with planners. The Secretary might want to talk about that further. Also, Ms Gibbs can talk to you about some of the work we're doing more generally about upskilling in workforce capability to work with councils, because engineers is another area where there's a key weakness or not key weakness, a key shortage of staff.
You want me to
really, I think there's a deep interest in what are we doing? Clearly, there's a pattern or something's happening.
Yeah, so I want to be really clear. It's probably part of the planning portfolio. I'm happy to talk about it, but it's really,
I understand that, but it is local. It's staff and local government, so yeah.
I understand that, and Office of Local Government are there to support them and advocate for them, but most of the things that are being talked about as far as staffing at a local government level and how we assist in the planning area and planners in particular, a lot of that's controlled through the Planning Minister. But I can say that there's a series of ways that we do work with local government through the cluster. One of them is providing planning assistance, where councils have said to us they're understaffed, they're not able to attract staff. Can the state become involved? And there's two ways that we do that. One is through the flying squad, and I'll lead the detail of that for the Minister of Planning, and where things become council-sponsored and state-led. So rezonings or large bodies of planning work. There's also some of the funding streams that they talked about earlier today, where we're co-contributing to infrastructure to bring on housing supply, etc. So across the cluster, there is a myriad of ways that we step in and assist. And Lismore Council is obviously one. Tweed, Central Coast. There's a series that have either asked for our assistance or received it, or in the process of receiving it. But I know across, just from other discussions, I know pretty much every council is struggling to get staff, but the Department of Planning is struggling to attract staff as well.
I wonder if this is a reflection on our planning system.
I think it's more of a reflection on extremely low unemployment levels, unprecedented low unemployment levels, and the opportunities for jobs everywhere. It's a profession that's sought after. I don't think people are turning their back on it. I think we're times of major economic productivity.
And so can I just ask then, just if you would elaborate, so from that you're saying that it's actually a problem through every LGA, it's not just some, and if that's the case, or sorry, when I say every LGA, it's not characteristic of just some, it could be anywhere, it's a general shortage, and particularly in relation to the planning staff.
Liverpool, Sutherland Shire, Central Coast, everybody that I've kind of talked with, and regions are a little bit different, but everyone that I've talked with, Coffs Harbour, everybody.
And so then what qualifies, how do you qualify when assistance is given, whether it's through the whichever scheme? Is there a particular criteria that you would then get Office of Local Government support or help, or is it just a bit of a whatever's available and it's random?
So the flying squad and the grant funding go through a process of assessment and allocation based on need and availability. Because, as I said, we're short on staff in the Department of Planning as well. So if we give out all our planners, or we hand out all the consultants that we use, all of a sudden we're not achieving what we need to achieve either. So it's a bit of a trade-off in that regard.
Okay.
So it works through criteria, either through Office of Local Government advocating for particular councils, or councils reaching out. Given that a large percentage of councils' work is planning work as well,
Thank you. I'm happy to hand over to you.
You might as well just finish the...
No, I'm fine if you're ready to go over, and I'll reset for you guys now. Yeah?
Okay.
Thank you. Are you okay with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Can I ask, were there any discussions had between the Minister and OLG people in general about the demerger process of CUDA prior to the decision being made?
Yes, clearly when the report came in from the Boundaries Commission, we were a part of providing a factual analysis of that report, but that's essentially an all part of the process. Beyond that, no, just general business in terms of the reports here's the Boundary Commission findings, Minister, here's the time frame in which you need to make a decision.
What was the analysis? A factor analysis?
Simply stepping out, summarising what the reports themselves say.
So you didn't make a recommendation or anything? No. Yeah.
What about plans or advice to previous local government ministers regarding a process of demerging? Was any advice ever given to previous ministers?
I personally haven't provided any advice on previous processes. We simply dealt with the current framework, the boundary process, and factual analysis of the findings of those reports for the Minister to assist her in making a decision. No recommendations, no analysis of past the past process.
So ministers had never, a previous minister never requested that analysis be done in the event that, you know, we've got to demerge. What's the process? What's the plan?
I can't answer that. I've been the Deputy Secretary since February, so Minister Tuckerman is the only minister I've worked with in this portfolio.
Perhaps you could take it on notice whether ministers have been provided information in relation to what the process of a demerger would look like.
Yeah, we can do that.
And in terms of the current minister, so there was a general discussion. Here's the report. On balance, we think we should implement it. There was no sort of detailed plan or advice coming out of that?
There was no "we think you should" at all. It was simply, this is the process, these are the Boundary Commission, in this case, reports, collating that for the minister to make a decision.
And what about the potential consequences of decisions? So if a demerger was to occur, this is what that would look like. This is how it would work. This is how much money it would potentially cost. This is how much time it would take. What about that kind of analysis?
So the Boundaries Commission report provides some indicative understanding of that. The true costs need to be determined now that the minister has made a decision.
And so how is that determination occurring?
We'll need to work with the council, the proponent for the application, and start there.
Who's going to mediate any potential disputes arising out of the demerger between the two councils?
Transitional arrangements haven't been determined yet. We simply have the report, a time frame, and now, as of quite recently, the minister's decision.
And in terms of those transitional arrangements, in terms of who may eventually be appointed, to play that kind of role, what are the timeframes on that? How long is it going to take to establish a process to, work through the consequences of the decision?
There isn't a set time frame. We have the decision now, and we need to work from that.
And what about? Obviously, there'll be a degree of trepidation on job security. Has there been any plans put in place to make people feel at ease about their job security, job guarantees, things like that?
The decision is extremely recent. The Boundaries Commission points to the strength of community feeling around this, and council is a part of the advocacy for this. So we will need to work with council to understand if there is in fact trepidation in their workforce.
And
it hasn't been raised with me to date.
Okay, but there's been no forethought of, well, clearly this could be an issue if we're going to downsize workforces as part of this. We better get on top of this. There's been none of those discussions happened yet?
Not at this point. And as I say, it hasn't been raised with me that there are concerns within council. We've got the benefit of the Boundaries report, as you've seen, because it's been made public, and we will go from there in terms of ongoing discussion with council now that we have the minister's decision.
Obviously, there are going to be costs associated with the demerger.
We have the Boundaries Commission estimate, which was in the report, which was between 1.8 to 4.2, which is publicly on record. We'll work with council to understand the full extent, now that we have that decision to move forward.
And, is the government willing to contribute funds? Is that on the table, that the government might contribute funds towards that? $1.8 to $4.2 million?
Government's obliged to fund the actual cost of the demerger itself, yes.
In terms of the KPMG report, which provided the architecture for the original merging policy back in 2016, has anyone inside OLG been privy to the full report?
I personally haven't, and it's some time in the past, so I haven't read that report or been provided with that report. It's part of a past set of decisions.
But it would seem somewhat strange, wouldn't it, if that surely someone in OLG's read that report, that KPMG report?
I can't speak to that. I can take that on notice, but I personally haven't, and it's a set of past decisions from some time ago. We work with the current framework, including the Boundaries Commission process that's set out for us.
And the minister in this morning's round of questioning refused to publish the full report. Can you shed any light as to why that would be the case, given I would imagine most reasonable people would think it's in the public interest?
No, I can't, I'm afraid.
Are the members of the Local Government Boundaries Commission paid for their work?
I actually, are they paid? They are. There are sitting fees. Yes. Sorry, I don't know the amount, and I can take that on notice.
Yeah, that'd be useful. So yeah, it's you know, certain amount per day of work for that. Yeah, great. Well, if you could take that on notice, that would be useful. Just in terms of, you know, I obviously asked the Minister this morning about some timeframes, and you know, rightfully, I suppose there's, you know, in terms of how long these processes take, there is no set time. So just specifically then in return, in terms of the Boundary Commission's work on Kuta Gundagai, how long did that process take from the start of that consideration to the recommendation? How long was that time frame?
I might need to take that on notice, but I wouldn't want to mislead. We can get that now.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, I suppose, you know, what preparation has the Office of Local Government done, you know, potentially with the Boundary Commission around the potential for a workload increase now that the Kuta Gundagai decision has been made? Because I don't think it's an unreasonable proposition that other councils may look at that and go, that's what we want, and lean in to the work that's required. Are you preparing for that potential outcome?
Well, I think there's a set process, and there's a commission that, you know, is established to do its work. If this does eventuate, the situation that you're describing, the hypothetical, then we will support the Boundaries Commission to ensure that they can do their work.
I mean, on current settings, how many demerger proposal sort of inquiries could the Boundary Commission manage at the one time? What's their capacity on current settings?
I'm not sure that I can answer in those terms, because it would depend on the complexity of the matter put in front of them, the quality of the information and the business cases that they receive. So it's not, I don't think it's as straightforward a question and answer as that. It would depend on how many come in at the same time, the quality of those reports, and any extra analysis that they feel that they need to do.
How long, I know you answered this previously, but I probably wasn't listening close enough. How long did the process take for the Boundaries Commission to determine the Cootamundra?
They took it on notice.
I can give you that answer.
Yeah,
it was 11 months.
11 months.
So would it be fair to say that if it took almost a year to do one, if we had a multiplicity, that would be problematic in terms of time?
I think we're in a sort of set of hypotheticals. If we did experience that they were suddenly overwhelmed, we would obviously respond to that. So it's hypothetical. This is the time that they took for this one, and there are reasons, and we don't know what the future holds yet.
Okay, well, I mean, I might jump to, did you have any more on that? Or I might jump to some other budgetary questions, perhaps it's relevant. I think there may be some councils who are about to be in touch. So, okay, I wanted to ask just a couple of questions about the budget. So, in the budget, there was $80 million allocated for a fund to provide sort of loans to councils when residents are unable to pay their rates due to flooding. So which LGAs does that fund apply to? Are all of them eligible for it?
So as part of the response to the floods, a range of funding was announced, as you have noted. This is to set up a loan facility for those councils that are unable to recoup their rates. We're guided by disaster declarations. And my colleague, Mr Baxter, can provide more depth on the criteria. We've been working with T Corp and others to establish this facility so that it's available going forward as councils find that they can't.
So it is, eligibility is based on disaster declaration. Once you have a disaster declaration, you become eligible. And is there a cap per council? You know, once, you know, it's like, yes, you just get your disaster declaration and then you can access up to 10, 20, $30 million, but, you know, is there any sort of limitation on that?
Mr. Baxter can elaborate, but it's to do with being able to demonstrate the inability to recoup.
Yes.
And
but as I said, is there any upper limit on
there's
how
no
much?
cap in that.
So at this stage, it's part of the challenge with this is the first time we've gone down this path of moving down into this area. Councils don't, as you may know, councils don't write off rates with hardship. They defer rates, so they enter into rates hardship plans, and that's under the Local Government Act. And so what this facility is essentially doing is replacing the cash for councils. So they get the hardship claims, they lose the cash for the rates for a couple of years, and they get a loan to replace that. So at this stage, we don't really know what the level of demand is going to be, and we don't know whether there will be excess caps. At this stage, there is no cap on the loan.
At this stage, yes. And at this stage, it's essentially just a sort of first come, first served basis thing. You know, there's sort of...
Well, we've got a process in place to monitor demand as it goes.
And what is the application process currently?
The application process, the application process will be a relatively short form application process, but that will be subject to future government announcement.
Have any applications been made so far?
It hasn't been formally opened yet, but
so no. And what was the $80 million figure based on? How was that figure determined?
I guess based on previous estimates in terms of previous disaster efforts, and with a view that if there was ever a need, we would come back to government if it was determined that it was oversubscribed.
Right, okay. So, yeah, I mean, that's obviously the question, you know, in relation to my earlier questions about, you know, potential high demand. So there is an acknowledgement that there is a potential, particularly as it is currently uncapped, that figure may be exceeded, and that in that circumstance you would anticipate approaching...
We'll be obviously we'll be monitoring how the rollout goes. I think it's important to note it's one element of a suite of supports that have been made available for flood-affected areas and for communities. And this is one fairly specific facility to assist councils to manage the difficult situations that they're in. We will obviously see how it tracks, and we're working closely with colleagues in Treasury and T Corp. Once we set it up, I guess we'll see what the demand is.
Okay. There was also in the budget $78 million as a sort of cost of living measure for pensioners. Is that capped per council? Or is it also just a sort of first come, first serve?
It's not part of flood relief.
Oh, sorry, no, I had moved on. Apologies.
Yep, okay,
to another. Sorry about that. Also in the budget, there was another.
The pensioner concessions.
There was another. Apologies, Ms. Hawes.
No, I was just making sure I wasn't confusing.
No. So I had asked my questions in relation to the loan facility, and this was another project, $78 million for cost of living for pensioners, for rates and charges.
Yeah, this one's more to individuals rather than to
That's right, yes.
councils.
And so, but again, my question was, is that capped per council? If many individuals in a certain local government area, I mean, is there any...
No, it's an individual rebate per property, and we can provide you that breakdown. Keith, you might want to provide the breakdown, but it's not capped in the sense that you're inquiring.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you want the breakdown?
Yes, that'd be useful.
Yes, so the pensioner concessions provide a maximum rebate of $425 per property, which comprises of $250 for ordinary rates and annual domestic waste charges, $87.50 for annual water rates, and $87.50 for annual sewage rates.
And eligibility is essentially you're a pensioner. Is there anything additional to that in terms of other eligibility in relation to hardship, or it's just proof of pensioner status?
It's your eligibility under the Commonwealth legislation around pensions and veteran entitlements.
Okay, yep. And what, again, I mean, any information on where that $78 million figure came from? What was that based on? How was that figure determined?
We might take that on notice because it's been in place for some time, so I don't have it to hand. If it's okay, we'd like to take that on notice.
And I mean, look, in terms of, say, let's go with the last financial year, the last budget year, as this is what budget estimates is on, how many applications were made during that year?
So I don't have that to hand, but can happily take that on notice and possibly find out while we continue.
It would be useful to know how many applications were made. If they were not all successful, how many were successful? So applications successful, and possibly a breakdown per LGA as well, if you have that.
We can the second part, the breakdown by LGA, we'll have to take on notice because it will take a bit more analysis.
I understand. I just thought I'd be upfront about the information that I was after so that you could have that all together. That would be useful. Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about our coast, our future. Perhaps is that you, Ms. Fletcher? Yeah. So what is the relationship, between that $22 million with the Coastal Estuaries Fund?
It's basically a top-up of that. Yeah, primarily grants, and there is a little bit there for salary increases.
Okay. Now, the fund, the original figure that I have here, but you may correct me, I think was about $72 million. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's the grants component of it.
Excellent, yes. Of that component, has that been fully exercised? Is that now, has all of that money been allocated?
No, it hasn't. So my understanding, and I'll correct this if I get something wrong, is that there's $47.99 million that has gone out in terms of grants, and there is further money that is either committed or is being rolled into this year's or next year's grant funding.
And so with the money that has been, as you say, rolled out, and the commitments that have been made but have not been rolled out, is that then fully allocating the fund that has been available, or is there still?
No, there is some, my understanding, and again, someone will correct me if I'm not right, there's still some that would be available through the implementation grants round is open at the moment, and there is still some that forms part of that.
And just in relation to that, you're probably aware that in the original program that there were some issues in relation to the rollout, and there was a report that was commissioned, Claudine Lyons Consulting, made all these recommendations. I mean, have they sort of been fully implemented such that the potential for similar issues, you are confident have been resolved, so that we don't have a repeat of councils struggling to access the fund?
So I am aware of the Claudine Lyons report. I'm aware of the government response to that, and that we're working on implementing those. Is there a particular issue that you have? Because I can probably give you information on particular issues.
It was not a specific issue. It was merely that there had clearly been an issue in relation to council accessing the funds, in that, there was very few applications made, there was very few successful applications, hence the report and, the work that was done and those recommendations. So I suppose I'm just interested to know whether you feel as though those issues have been resolved and that councils are finding it easier to access that funding now. It clearly was a problem early on.
Yeah, so I think we had a much higher rate of applications and funding go out last year. So I think some of the changes in response to that, there was a change into the ratio of the state government versus council. So it's now 2-to-1 as opposed to 50-50. I think that helped. We'd also kept in there some actions that were kind of, no regrets. So you didn't have to have a certified CZMP or CMP to access those. And there was also raising of a couple of thresholds where you would need a cost-benefit analysis or where you would need a coastal zone management plan. So yes, I think they have been addressed, and I think the rate of applications we got last year spoke to that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
If I could, please. Mr. Chair, I've got the figures for the Boundaries Commission.
Oh, yes, great.
Yes, the chair is $50,000 per annum. Mm-hmm. There are 2 members, sitting members, $25,000 per annum each, and there's a department member who is not paid.
Right, so it's, sorry, apologies. So, yeah, so it isn't a day fee, it's just a, yeah, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to code of conduct complaints and the Office of Local Government's work with that, do you have, if you had noticed an elevation of the amount of complaints made from a particular local government, is that something you would know and you would be aware of?
Yeah, the numbers are reported by councils, so we look through annual reports, etc., and also receive intel through people talking to us. But it's reported.
Okay, so sort of more after the event. So you're not aware as, I suppose what I'm trying to go to is if there was a local government that was experiencing a new amount and quite a volume of code of conduct complaints, is that something you would be alerted to or you would need to be proactively alerted to?
A little of both. We also have council engagement officers who liaise with council, so we would in all likelihood find out through a complaint or through some of the dialogue that we have with councils and with LGNSW if there was, as you're describing, a situation in which there was a marked increase, that we would come to be made aware of that.
And then would you have a system, do you have a sort of system where you would respond or you have something that you would do, or is that a case by case? Or
again, it's both, because we look through reports where it's formally reported, but we also have council engagement staff liaising with councils. We have relationships with LGNSW and with councils ourselves, so in all likelihood we find out about things through a number of means, but there are formal mechanisms of reporting as well.
Yeah, and I'm in frequent contact with a lot of the general managers and mayors, getting out there and about, just talking. Again, that's the informal way in which that we find out. So it's about the relationships that we have in the sector and being connected.
And is it fair, have you noticed an increase in code of conduct complaints coming from Lismore Council in the last 9 months?
We do have the stats. My understanding is that there has been an increase, that's correct.
And is that something you're responding to, given the, I suppose, are you aware that on the 11th of July, the Mayor of Lismore was on the record on national TV suggesting that his whole council should be sacked and replaced with an autocratic administrator?
I'm aware of those comments, yes.
And so is Office of Local Government providing, or I suppose what is Office of Local Government? Do you think both those circumstances are of concern to the Office of Local Government?
This might be a little bit of a combined effort to respond. We've made great efforts to support the Mayor individually and Council, given the circumstances you acknowledged earlier in this discussion and the stresses, quite unique stresses that the Council is facing and that the Mayor himself is facing. We have been working with Council, observed their business, that they are conducting business, that they are conducting the business of Council.
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but when we say Council, that's a massive word. So, I suppose if we could just be a bit more specific, who are we actually working with?
Well,
I hear the Mayor.
The General Manager, the Mayor, councillors. We have liaison with councillors. We have observed Council business. We are working with Council, as you know, to help them, support them build their roadmap for recovery. So we're supporting them in a range of ways, and then with direct funding as well.
And we have our council engagement managers who are working directly as well with the general manager as well. And
there's also, there's also day-to-day guidance that the Office of Local Government would be providing to, say, the complaints coordinator, if they're getting an overwhelming number of complaints and they're having, just wanting some guidance on how to operate the procedures. They quite often would contact the Office of Local Government just to check in, make sure that they're ticking all the boxes and that they're not missing anything. If there's anything technical that they need some guidance on, they'd be that the people who are actually processing the code of conduct complaints would likely be in regular contact with the Office of Local Government throughout the process. So that's another way that we become aware of something going on when we get an increased number of inquiries asking for technical guidance and assistance.
And is there a point where you think that, if you're you've got this increase in complaints. You've got a mayor suggesting the councillors should be sacked. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not, I know the mayor well. I know the mayor and I understand his circumstances really, really well. Is there a point where, if it looked like the system was really struggling and people were complaining or really concerned about their own welfare and safety, and complaints were being leaked and put on social media and things like that, would you think that, is there a point where you would intervene or you would offer, for complaints to be dealt with by an external person or something? Is that possible?
I think, so the question is, if you're looking to intervene in the operation of a democratically elected council, it's never something that's taken lightly. We're working with council to support them to continue business and continue making decisions in a pretty challenging set of circumstances. We are aware that there's been tensions between members of the council, but those thresholds at which you would intervene in a formal way have not been crossed.
Right.
So.
Okay. And you've got a kind of, is there a way of knowing what those thresholds are? Have you got that in terms of your systems?
There are legislative criteria and things that govern the minister's ability to intervene in the business of an elected council. One of those thresholds is council has become dysfunctional, and to this point, Lismore Council remains functional as a council. It's transacting.
I suppose I'm just sort of maybe talking about, ring-fencing the complaints process, not the function of council itself, but the code of conduct complaints system, kind of portioning that off if that seems to be overloaded, a bit dysfunctional or lacking of trust and faith from the participants in the system. Is that something?
So sorry, within council when they are dealing with their own conduct matters, or?
Yeah, there's a complaint made and there's a officer of the council who is the manager of that, and then we outsource that to the panel. But if those two steps where we're the person responsible, the general manager or the panel, and if that is breaking down, so I'm not talking about the whole of council's functions. At what point might the Office of Local Government say, hey, we can step in, or we can be your complaints person for a period of time and take that pressure off that council's function?
I'm not aware that there's been an outreach of that specific nature. I don't think that's been brought to us as something that's occurring, but we would be open to discussing that. Council are experiencing that.
Okay, and so that's not something that OLG's ever done, where a complaints process has fallen down, or I know the review's happening, and obviously it's a far from perfect system. I realise that.
There is actually, I think I know what you're referring to, and I don't think we'd apply it in the case of Lismore, but there is actually a process where OLG can deal with all code of conduct matters for a particular council if that council is experiencing a huge number of complaints. And when I say that, the threshold has to be very high. I'm aware of what's going on in Lismore at the moment, and it hasn't reached that threshold, but there is actually technically...
Do we know what that threshold is? Is it 5, 10?
It would have to be a lot higher than what's occurring at Lismore. The one case that I'm familiar with, it was a case of something like 2,000 code of conduct complaints.
Wow.
In a couple of months. So there was clearly something going on there, and the council was physically not capable of dealing with that many complaints, and so that was referred to the Office of Local Government. The Office of Local Government established that that complaint system and dealt with that complaint system with the council, and it was a particular set of circumstances that was totally extraordinary, and it's only in there for that purpose. It's not there to deal with a council that's dealing with an unusual number of code of conduct complaints.
Thank you. So it's fair to say, though, that the OLG is aware of Lismore and doing everything it can at this point in time to assist. And I say it because of going back to that frontline issue, and that is the stress right now is intense.
It's unprecedented times up there, and I just want to sort of say it's pretty hard at the moment for the mayor as well, being first-time mayor coming in, what he has experienced, and he's done an amazing job as a leader up there with the council. council, and there will be differences of opinion when it comes to how things need to be implemented and that. But I do see that they are working through that. There are regular welfare checks. I'm regularly in touch with the General Manager and with the Mayor. I have spoken a couple of times to a few of the other councillors too since going up there. I do that with a lot of councils as well, not just Lismore, but a lot of other councils where I check in and, g'day, how are you going, how are things, because we do know there are exceptional circumstances in this particular one.
Thank you. Just moving right along to something else. Just wondering whether it's still a live issue for Office of Local Government and the other agencies around rating conservation lands, and whether I know that there's rules around that, and there's only certain properties with conservation covenants that avoid rates or are exempt from rates. Is that still a live issue with Office of Local Government, or is that something you look at or you're considering?
It's, again, really primarily a planning environment matter. If you're talking about the biodiversity conservation covenants, is that... Yeah, essentially I am, but I'm coming at it from, is this councillors are approached often about whether they, conservation, people managing their lands for conservation purposes can get exemption. Is that something that Office of Local Government is still in conversation with the Department of Planning or the BCT or others? We would raise that, and Ali and I each meet regularly with, for example, LGNSW, but we also meet with GMs and councils generally. It hasn't been raised in my time in the role as something that is front of mind for councils, but if there are circumstances, we'd be happy to refer that in and bring BCT and other colleagues to the table if that was a request that was made of us.
Thank you. And there's just in that regard, whether or not there's been any consideration for those council areas that have large amounts of public lands in reserve under the protected area network, whether it's national parks, BCT, however, and the local council is still dealing and managing for that land mass insofar as the edges and surrounds and roads and all of that sort of thing, but there's absolutely no rateable land or income. Is that something that OLG has looked at as an issue to assist those council areas?
I think it's, again, one of those matters where we are a conduit to other parts of government that have primary responsibility for those functions and for those statutes. It hasn't been raised with me in my capacity. I don't know if it's come up with you recently, Ali, but we would then take it to discussions with, in this case, you mentioned national parks, the EPA, others, the Biodiversity Conservation Trust.
I'm very well aware of the issue, talking about my previous position to being at OLG. I was at Wallandilly Shire Council, of course. There's quite a lot of those fringe areas, and the management of that is certainly a very big issue. But exactly what my DepSec has said, we would be the conduit in OLG to raise those issues with other agencies on the management of those areas and to assist council in that.
Because I think it is. I think it's something that, in terms of the equity around rateable area and land mass, etc. We've got some really struggling councils, but they're struggling for these fabulous reasons of having these amazing public assets in their LGAs. Right, over to you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
In terms of, there was an Auditor General report on the 22nd of June and on the local government sector. And the report essentially focused on financial statements, and the report recommended that councils should be responsible for rural fire service assets and equipment, and in layman's terms, I guess, putting it on their books and then depreciating the items. Are you able to explain to us the logic behind that decision?
Thanks, Mr. Berg. It's been a source of debate, I guess, a live issue with the local government sector for some time. We understand feedback from the Audit Office as to the need to have those assets consistently reported. Our role has been to liaise in between Treasury and the sector and the Audit Office to work with Council so that we communicate the position around the assets and in turn provide feedback through to Treasury and the Audit Office from the sector. We have recently shared Treasury's position with Local Government New South Wales for the very reason you're asking, to understand the underpinning logic of the state's position.
So have Treasury come back to you with any analysis as to why that would be, that Auditor General's report came out with that recommendation?
Yep, we have that advice that's been shared with the sector.
It's been shared with?
Local Government New South Wales and the sector.
And can you elaborate on what that advice was?
The government position is that the assets are under the financial control of councils, they're vested in councils, and that they should be reported in councils' financial reports where the council forms a view that they are material assets.
So, yes, so what I'm trying to understand is the economic justification behind it. So let's sort of go back a bit. As I understand it, the councils don't purchase these assets, do they?
It's really a question for the Treasury about the economic underpinnings of that position. Our role is to communicate that to the sector.
You just said you're in possession of that analysis.
And that it has been shared with the sector, yes.
But you can't elaborate on what that analysis was?
Well, I don't think it's my place to, and I would want the benefit of having it in front of me to do that.
Okay, but the OLG must have formed an opinion on whether or not, given your advocacy role and your stewardship role on behalf of councils, must have formed an opinion on the veracity of that analysis?
No, we have an insight. We have insight into the sector's perspective, and we feed that.
Which is?
The sector clearly. The sector has expressed with us, LGNSW has expressed with us that they don't agree. So we are currently brokering those discussions.
But you're not in a position here to tell me whether or not, because I mean, I would have thought if Treasury's come back or the Auditor General's come back with an analysis saying this is why we think councils should put these assets back on their books, and you've read that, you're not in a position to tell me what view the OLG's come to. You're just kind of brokering competing interests between local government and Treasury, are you?
We have shared the Treasury's analysis, and we have fed back the sector's perspectives, and we're assisting in brokering a way through.
Is it the same with the SES?
The SES has different operating legislation, and again, I'm not really qualified to speak to the detailed operations of other portfolios in my role.
Because councils are very involved with SES, that's all. Okay. Sorry, Mark.
No, that's okay. So that analysis, that economic analysis, is that something you could produce to the committee?
Well, it's been shared with LGNSW, so on notice we can provide that.
Okay, great. That would be good. But as an OLG, are you generally supportive of the move to force councils who don't include those assets? Because some councils do actually include it on their books. But are you supportive of the move to force those who don't to include them in their financial statements?
Not really our role. Our role in this case is to provide that information, education conduit, and to work with the sector around implementing the policy of the day.
So I just don't understand what the clearinghouse process is going to be, because you've got all these councils on one hand saying, no way, we're not going to do that because it's a depreciation cost to our books. We don't control the assets, we don't deploy them. On the other hand, you've got Treasury and the Auditor General saying, well, you've got to do it. How does it get resolved? I mean, you're the OLG, aren't you?
I think I should chime in here as the Secretary. Sure. The Auditor General is independent of government, as you know. That's her decision on what she writes or how she takes the accounts of local councils and assesses those. She's given clear instructions. Treasury, obviously being inside government, have given their view. It's not the role of the Office of Local Government or the cluster to tell Treasury whether they're right or wrong. We're here to implement the whole of government outcome. So I think to try and tease out of us whether we think it's right or fair is not really appropriate.
But you don't have a role in this. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not for. Of course, we have a role in it as Ms. Hawes has just outlined. But you're asking us for our personal opinion.
No, I'm not
which is
asking for your personal opinion, Mr. Castle. I'm asking you, in your statutory role as Secretary of a department, you're either going to take a position whereby you think your stakeholders, i.e. a multiplicity of councils, either have a valid argument as to whether or not to push back on the Treasury or they don't. I mean, it's a fairly straightforward proposition, and I don't understand.
We're here to implement government policy. Government policy coming out of Treasury is there to go to, there to be included on the local government's balance sheet.
Okay, that's a good answer. So that's a straight answer. So the government policy is it goes on council's balance sheet, and you're basically a conduit for that information for councillors to suck it up.
I'd prefer you not verbal me and throw that last bit in there, but we're here to implement council's policy, government's policy, sorry.
Can I ask you the quantum of councils that have given you feedback on this and whether or not it's been negative or neutral or positive?
To me, none, but I'll pass over to Ms. Hawes.
We've had feedback primarily from LGNSW, which is feeding back, sector, from their stakeholders in the sector. I don't have a specific quantum. As you know, some councils do report, not all, and that's why the Auditor General is interested in ensuring that there is consistency, because it hasn't been consistent. I'm aware that there is a level of objection from the sector, and part of our role is to communicate that back to government.
So would it be fair to say that that level of objection is on balance overwhelming or in the majority?
I don't have a quantifiable amount, but there is a strong level of opposition to that position, and that's something that we have communicated directly with colleagues in Treasury.
Okay. And some councils, as you would be aware, have actually passed resolutions stating that they'll actually refuse to include those RFS assets on their books. Do you have a position on that defiance? Like, from what I understood from the Secretary's answer before, it's your job to sort of gently say, well, sorry, this is Treasury's policy, you're going to have to wear it. Is that the position?
So the position is to obviously we're in discussion, we liaise with the sector. We also have clear direction about government policy and a clear direction in terms of the Audit Office view, and we're seeking to implement that. Now, if the sector wants to have provide views back to government, then that's a role we play in providing those back. We don't superimpose our own opinion on this particular matter.
So I'll give you an example of one of the, a qualitative example of the sort of objections. There was a letter to our Shadow Minister for Local Government, Greg Warren, from Lockhart Shire Council Mayor Greg Verdon, who says that, and I quote, "It was nonsensical to maintain that the lead combat agency, the RFS, does not control the assets required to fulfil this mandate." Is that like a fair enough common sense appraisal of the situation? You've got a combat agency which is purchasing, deploying, controlling an asset, and yet the local government sector is expected to have this equipment on their books, maintain it and depreciate it. You can understand the objection, can't you?
Yeah, of course we can understand it, but the government position and the economic underpinnings of that, which have been shared with the sector, is that the assets are vested in councils and are therefore under the financial control of councils, and they need to be reported in line with the relevant accounting standards.
That's like me saying to my 18-year-old son, "I'm going to buy you a house, son, but you can never sell it. You can't live in it, but I want you to maintain it and wear the depreciation costs."
Madam Chair, I might do a point of order, a respectful one. I mean, you're really pursuing government policy. Perhaps should be directed at...
I am, actually.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
But the officials are implementing government policy, and you're asking them to criticise the government policy, and they won't do that. You should have directed that at the Minister and perhaps put on notice. or indeed at Treasury, because that seems to be where it came from, but it's not for them to be critical of the policy. And I think they're being polite, but that's not what you should be doing.
No, I understand the position of the OLG is quite clear. You're a conduit of information telling your stakeholders what the position is.
Policy position, yeah.
And that they'll have to wear it.
Government,
so
yeah.
I get
Didn't have to rule.
No. We're moving on.
Point of order.
Absolutely, we're moving on.
So there was another reference in a local newspaper, the Beagle Weekly, actually, which pointed out the New South Wales government's accounting code of accounting practice, and stated that that report says that it was up to councils whether they control any rural firefighting equipment. So that makes it pretty clear that the recent direction to councils doesn't really hold any weight. So that accounting code of practice, this is the New South Wales own government accounting code of practice, states that it was up to councils as to whether or not they control any firefighting equipment. So you can see the contradiction between that and what Treasury has said.
Well, I think part of, obviously not to speak for the auditor, but part of the findings in the report were about the need for a stock take and her interest in pursuing a comprehensive stock take. The accounting standards require that councils make an assessment of which of those assets are material and then report on those.
So I can understand the asset register aspect of it, like, let's actually find out what we've got, account for it, what state it's in, all the rest of it. But then there's the cost impost associated with that. And if it was found, for example, that I think of the state government funding proportions, if I've got my figures right, 74% of the budget for the RFS, SES and Fire Rescue New South Wales, 74% comes from consumer insurance premiums, roughly, about another 15% directly from the state government and about 11% from local councils. My point is this: if the economic analysis underpinning that shows that the 11% that is funded from local councils is not enough to cover the maintenance and the depreciation of those assets, then the edict from Treasury is invalid, isn't it? Like, on a fairness.
I think there's two issues you're conflating here. You're conflating the issue of the RFS trucks and the way the fire emergency services are funded. The emergency services are funded through the emergency services levy, which is what you're referencing. That's a broader issue, and as we talked to the chair earlier, there is a range of conversations going on with that. In terms of the RFS trucks, there is a series of conversations on. You are right, there is a degree of concern, but I think we've been clear on where the position that we're playing.
I think the thing with this is that we're kind of the messenger in the middle with this issue, and we are implementing the policy of the day the best that we can.
Okay, so I'll just tie up that line of questioning with a final sort of a position, if you like. Is the OLG prepared to play an advocacy role on behalf of those councils, given the potential unfairness that I just outlined, so that you're advocating on behalf of your stakeholders against the Treasury decision, or are you not prepared to do that?
I haven't made a comment about that. We wouldn't describe in those terms.
Move the microphone closer to you, please. Thank you.
So I think I'll take that one. We will provide the feedback to the Minister. It's up to the Minister then on whether she wishes to pursue that with the government. It's government policy at this point in time that the assets be placed on the balance sheets of local government.
So how detailed have these discussions been with Minister Tuckerman on that feedback from councils and the veracity of the Treasury analysis justifying the cost shifting?
I think what I'll say on that is Minister Tuckerman has been made aware of it. It's a question for her on how she's gone about discussing that with government.
Okay, thanks.
I might just ask some questions in relation to infrastructure. So in 2013, the Office of Local Government carried out an infrastructure backlog review, and that found that councils faced a combined estimated backlog of 7.4 billion. I understand that number then came down to 3.8 billion in 2019-2020, but that we have not had an update since then. Do you have a more recent figure in terms of the infrastructure backlog faced by councils?
It would be helpful to understand where you're drawing that figure from.
Just give me a moment. Local government infrastructure audit. There was an audit report in 2013 that was updated on your council in, as I said, 2019-20. So your figures from you?
I might take that on notice.
Okay, yep. So I'm just after the most recent figure that you have available. That would be useful. So in terms of the backlog, I mean, assuming there is still a backlog, which I think is a fair assumption, what are the sort of biggest drivers of that from your work with councils, and what are the sort of biggest barriers to reducing that backlog?
Well, so that might be one. Are you talking about housing infrastructure? What are you?
My understanding is the infrastructure backlog was broader than that. I mean, it included a range of infrastructure that council was responsible for.
Yeah, so
I mean, maybe it is housing. I guess that's what I'm getting at. Councils face this infrastructure backlog. We don't have the most recent figure that we have is that it is still over $3 billion. What are the main drivers for that and the main barriers to reducing it?
I just suggest maybe we take this on notice. You've told us where you got the information from. We want to check what the latest figures we have are, and that'll obviously give us an insight into what's contained in those figures, or what works are there. Because I think we're drifting into a territory where we're not giving factual answers. We're trying to hypothesise because we don't have the information you have.
Okay. Apologies. I have these figures from the government, from you, not from these aren't external figures that I think I'm working on, but I understand your point. You're not across that. I mean, just again, you'll probably have to take this on notice, but I mean, this is the last question I'll ask on this, considering that answer. But my understanding is that the audit that was done in 2013 showed that northern coastal areas accounted for 30% of the backlog at that point. So that's obviously quite a large percentage of the overall statewide council infrastructure backlog just within the northern coastal councils. And you might imagine that as a result of the recent floods, that's gotten even worse. And so I'm obviously interested to know what particular programs might be in place to try and assist with the specific resolution of the infrastructure backlog there that was already quite large.
Okay, so I take the point. I'm sure over the last couple of years the backlog would possibly have got worse, but I don't know whether that's because there's a lack of funds or whether that's because of a lack of ability to engage somebody to do the works, which both are obviously relevant in this situation, but we'll be happy to provide that on notice.
Yeah. Can I just ask a couple more quick questions on this? So again, just, potentially taken on notice. So in 1920, the average backlog faced by regional councils was $52 million, and the average backlog faced by metropolitan councils was $28 million. So, regional councils are just overall experiencing a much more substantial issue, resolving their infrastructure backlog. So I guess, again, any particular interventions that have been put in place to assist regional councils.
Yeah, and given the broad nature of the regional councils, a lot of them do their own water infrastructure, etc. It's obviously a different set of criteria. So I'd rather get you back a considered answer rather than try and hypothesise here.
That's fine. Thank you. This may be one for transport, but I'm going to just...
Yes, definitely will be.
Nice try, Mr. Castle. So the transfer of 15,000 kilometres of council roads back to the state government, presumably that might assist with some of the infrastructure backlog. So I guess where is that transfer up to?
That is a matter for transport.
Well predicted, Mr. Castle.
I think Minister Faraway.
Yes, Minister Faraway. Yes, that's fine. Okay. Did you want to jump in now, or should I keep going?
You can keep going.
I've got a couple more. We're just going to jump around a bit now, I think. So I wanted to ask about the April 2022 announcement jointly between Minister Tuckerman and Minister Elliott, preparing our veterans for council careers. So that announcement was that 5 councils had pledged their support to veteran employment. So I just wondered if we could get some information about what that pledge involved.
I might ask Melissa Gibbs to respond to that because she was working on that piece.
Sure, yes. So the Office of Local Government has been working with the Office of Veterans Affairs in New South Wales to encourage councils who are facing skill shortages themselves to look to veterans as a potential source of potential employees. This was actually brought to us by the United Services Union, who could see the excellent work being undertaken by the New South Wales Office of Veterans Affairs in the state government public sector, which had a program to target something like 700 veterans, and they managed to attract something like 2,000, so it was a huge success. And so we worked closely with the Local Government New South Wales and the parties to the Local Government Award to try to encourage councils to be more veteran-friendly, if you like, in their recruitment. Even things like, we encourage veterans to apply to work at our council. We value the service of veterans, and we like to welcome veterans as a potential source of employees. We worked with Local Government New South Wales to do a similar thing that the Public Service did in New South Wales with Veterans Affairs, which is to look at the current, they call it a rank to grade guide. So it was, if you're leaving the service and you're at this rank, you would be suitable to apply for positions that look like this in the public service capability framework. And we tried to apply that to the local government context, so that veterans leaving the service could say, well, look, I've reached this particular level. It'd be appropriate for me to apply for a position that looks like this in local government. So there are 5 councils that have pledged their support to become more veteran friendly. You're going to ask me who they are, and I can't remember, but I do remember that Lake Macquarie was one of them. Tweed Shire Council has also employed a number of veterans in a number of areas, and we've showcased some of their activities. And I also, I'll stop there because otherwise I might name councils that I'm not completely sure of, but I can certainly get you some further detail about that program and what it looks like and the success stories that it's had.
Yeah, so I guess, so the pledge, when they pledge their support, that's perhaps including a line on a job description that says, we welcome veterans to apply, or we're a veteran-friendly employer, something like that.
And they showcase veterans who have transitioned from the service into council, and and there's case studies of how veterans have made that transition, some of the challenges that they've faced, some of the good news stories that they've had.
And that's just on a website, presumably? Okay, so yep.
Are there quotas associated with the recruitment?
No, it's really one of those areas where the unions, Local Government New South Wales, OLG, has been encouraging councils to go down this path. Obviously, we can't direct them or impose quotas. It's been more of a case of working collaboratively with councils to encourage them to do so.
I mean, obviously you can't, but I mean, perhaps, I guess the question was, when they make the pledge, perhaps part of making that pledge might be, to commit to a target or a figure, but you're saying at the moment it doesn't involve that.
Not that I'm aware of, but I would like to get further information on it just to be 100% sure that I'm not misleading you there.
And I'd like to acknowledge Campbelltown Council too. They're actually
Campbelltown?
leading the way.
I was almost going to mention them, but
Campbelltown, yeah.
So there's the 5 that we're just getting the detail of, and then obviously. So there were 5 mentioned in the original April announcement. I guess also any additional councils that have pledged to be...
I've just been advised that we're now at 9, so we're making good progress since April.
Yep, good, excellent. I might jump to just a question about... Find my piece of paper here.
Can I, while
you go.
My colleague's doing it, can I ask you, do we have a breakdown of how many veterans are employed in the sector?
We don't have that data, Mr Buttigieg. Councils, we've encouraged councils to provide us with that information. They would know through their own equivalent of employee matters surveys, but we don't require them to report to us on that. It's something that we've been considering, and we would like to talk to the local government sector in more detail about whether that would be helpful or just more burdensome for them.
So it's under active consideration in terms of that mandatory reporting regime, is it?
It's something that we've been discussing, but I wouldn't say that it's under active consideration.
Okay.
It is one of the things that we could do, but whether or not we'd need to explore it in further detail to see whether it's more of a red tape burden for councils, or whether the information that we gather would be worth the impost on councils.
Is there no historical data associated with veterans employed in the sector?
Not that I'm aware of.
Think of anyway.
What about funding to assist in the recruitment and employment? Have councils been given any assistance with that?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, when the trolley comes, just say if you'll help yourself.
And what about mechanisms in place to monitor veterans?
Otherwise, it's wasted catering.
Who leave the local government workforce?
I'll eat it all.
So I guess we've got the recruitment phase, but then there's when they leave the work. Is there any sort of oversight or care after they leave the local government sector?
We can do it. Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I might ask next. So on the Office for Local Government has historically, but rather sporadically, published time series data on its website. So, everything from operating performance ratios, gender makeup, the code of conduct complaints, etc. So the last financial year uploaded was 1920. I did just wonder why it wasn't possible to upload that data more regularly.
Did you want to? So we're in the process of uploading. I totally acknowledge that it is older data, but
actually, no. The data for 2021 is now on the website.
So 2021 is now there, is it?
Now on the website, yep.
I mean, just why is it taking? That's good, thank you. Why is it taking though so long to have that data uploaded?
Well, the data is uploaded on the basis of the financial reports that are delivered by councils. Obviously, councils are required to report within 3 or 4 months of the end of the financial year. However, many councils do request extensions, and it can sometimes be quite some time before we do get those final reports in. Now, obviously, with COVID and floods and things, there have been an increase in councils requesting extensions, so it did take a little bit longer to get that data assembled this year.
So when do you expect the 21-22 one to come in then?
Well, councils haven't reported yet. They're not required to provide.
But you said normally within 3 to 4 months in a normalised. So would we sort of be looking in November or?
Look, it's going to depend on when councils do report. At this stage, they're not required to report until the end of October, 31. So we won't know until then how many councils do actually report, how many request extensions and things like that. So it can sometimes take a little bit longer. And we do prefer, because of the work involved in pulling together the times, putting it in the tables and everything, we try and upload it in a single go rather than just doing it sporadically piecemeal.
In terms of, say, for example, the last reporting year, obviously we're still in the period, as you say, for this one. I mean, what percentage of councils requested an extension?
For last year, I can give you those figures.
I think it's also fair to say that we would expect a number of councils to seek extensions this year, given the situations that many councils have faced. So we do recognise that councils might be focused on recovery rather than reporting at this point in time, so we are aware of that.
However, if you do want those figures for last year, 41 councils and JOs received extensions last year to submit their financial statements.
And is there a standard period of extension? I mean, do they sometimes, is it vary from like, we need an extra week to, can we have another 6 months? Like how does that work?
Usually it's a matter of months. So we will extend, say, till December. There were a number of councils, and I don't have it in front of me, that actually asked for 2 extensions, and so some didn't report until around March this year.
And those councils that are asking for extensions of that period of time, which are then, as you say, I mean, holding up the availability of time series data, I suppose that's not the end of the world, although it is quite annoying that obviously 2021 data was not available until over a year after that time period. I mean, how much are you engaging with them about how difficult they're finding it to submit, what should be sort of relatively standard information reporting?
I mean, we do engage, and it depends. There's different situations as to why a council might need more time, and we have had, as this committee is more than aware, rolling sequences of really difficult situations.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if Hawkesbury and Lismore are asking, that's one thing, but I guess I'm saying, what about councils that it's potentially a red flag that some of their processes aren't where they need to be? What do you do about that when, it's not a council that sort of has an obvious reason for a delay?
Yeah, no, that's fine. We have a performance team that monitors councils and tracks councils. We are in constant contact with them as to how they're going, and also through the stakeholder engagement team, we work together to identify councils that may be struggling and need some support. And as you say, requesting extensions on financial data, we'll reach out to GMs and CFOs, find out what the delay is caused by, whether they need any help, and identify, if there is anything else that we can do to assist them to meet those deadlines.
But in terms of accountability of the public, this is obviously critical data which allows stakeholders and the public to assess the performance of councils, and timeliness I thought would have been a key thing. It's one thing to have 3 or 4 months grace after an FY ends, but shouldn't the ALG sort of step in and say, well, we need it because it's important data? Like, it seems to me as though there's a fairly laissez-faire attitude towards the reporting. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I mean, and it's also, we're not the only agencies that review councils' financial reports. We have the audit office process too. So yeah, it's fair to say if we saw red flags, as hypothetical repeat offenders, we would be engaged and we would be talking to that council to understand why there were the delays.
And just to be clear, say for the purposes of last year, every council has now submitted that data. That's why you're able to have the time series data on the website. So you are at 100% for 2021?
I'd like to take that on notice, but I do note the Audit Office report's just finished doing their sweep of the councils and the current reporting period's coming up, so I'll take on notice if there's any councils.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I'm not talking about 21, 22, because I accept that they haven't even ended, the end of the standard reporting period is not over. I'm talking about last year, but yes, that would be useful if you could take that on notice. Did you have anything you wanted to jump in?
In terms of this? Sorry, just to let you know that, yes, well, the 128 councils' reports are in.
Okay, you are at 100, you're 100%, okay, yep.
21, yep. Okay. Could I just take you to, there's 10 county councils throughout the state charged with varying tasks. What department from the OLG is tasked with monitoring the performance of county councils? By way of context, you might just explain to us what makes a county council as opposed to a normal council. I mean, I know from my background in electricity that Ausgrid actually used to be called the Sydney County Council, and in those days, councils actually used to run electricity back in the day. But I'm just interested in that historical evolution. How do we get to county councils? What makes a county council as opposed to a council?
The million-dollar question.
I can remember as a young girl paying the county council rates at Hurstville, Mum taking us up and paying the county council. I'm that old. So there are a number of special purpose councils called county councils in New South Wales. There's 13 of them, I think. Most of them are weeds authorities. They're very small. They provide a single purpose function. You're correct. They're kind of a bit of an anomaly in the Local Government Act now because there's so few of them. Quite a number of them have been rolled up recently, but for all intents and purposes, they're treated as a council. They have the same regulatory regime. They're responsible and formed under the Local Government Act. They're required to report in the same way that councils report. In fact, I think the only parts of the Local Government Act that don't apply to them are the rating provisions because they're not able to rate properties. They don't have a property rating. So for all intents and purposes, they're treated the same as a council.
So they're a weed authority?
Weed, W-E-E-D, noxious weeds.
And water in the north.
And water in
Rouse
Rouse.
County Council.
Yeah, and in fact, Rouse amalgamated their 3 counties to form one.
They exist with local government over them still?
They're comprised of members from the from the member councils. So, depending on how many councils there are, they would the councils would nominate somebody to be their delegate on or their member on the county council.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, go for it.
Hi there. I'm just like to ask a question about a matter that was raised earlier. I'm just wondering, is there any data on houses or homes or places or dwellings that have not been occupied for a period of time? Just going back to this question as to, whether whether it might be an avenue to go down for councils or any other authority to contact the owners of dwellings which haven't been occupied for periods of time to see whether that could be part of solving the housing problem. I know that it's happened in other parts of the world, and I'm just wondering if has that data ever been gathered from councils about dwellings that haven't been occupied for X period of time?
So the only data I know of, so I'll take the question on notice, but it occurs on census night. So that's why it's a topic of conversation at the moment, because of so many homes being recorded as being unoccupied on the census night. I'm not sure council have a way, and they'd have to pick a date or a series of dates and say, was somebody living there, was somebody not living there. A lot of the evidence I understand is anecdotal around that. So obviously our own assets, such as the Land and Housing Corporation, they can tell you how many homes are vacant through restoration or redevelopment or something of that nature, but not private ownership as far as I know.
And I think that's...
But I will take it on notice, because the Department of Planning may have some. I just can't. I'm just, I guess, struggling to understand how that data would be collected.
And I think that's essentially, that was what Shoalhaven and Eurobodalla, that's how they approached it. And that was where...
The census night?
Yeah. And that's where I was heading with that idea of, is that something OLG can be now communicating through the whole of New South Wales local government network relevant to homelessness?
I mean, I think they at the local government level, they have access to information on non-residential ratepayers. So that is how they were able to target their contact.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's not really a question.
Yeah. No, I think...
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Is that what happened? Are you aware? But I think it is. I think where this is all pointing to is it is actually something very proactive that can be done, given the census night was not that long ago, and local governments actually do have access to data that could resolve an enormous government problems and societal problem, namely homelessness. And I think...
Public notice in the newspaper, you get a lot of information.
It was also topical when short-term letting
totally
was debated.
Yeah. Definitely up in the Byron Shire as well.
Yes.
Now, I just note, if that's okay, just in terms of some housekeeping for the hearing, it's 3:25. I'm told that my colleagues have maybe 10, 15 more minutes?
Yeah.
About
20,
Yeah.
15?
Yeah, 15 more minutes.
15 more minutes of questions. Are you happy to run 10 minutes into the afternoon tea, and then that means we're complete?
You're smiling.
I think the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. All right. Now, look, there will... Yeah, OK, thank you. Let's carry on with the opposition, and we will round up at 20 to 4. Thank you.
So just back on these county councils, is there a particular part of the OLG which is tasked with monitoring the performance of those county councils, or is it just all part of the same setup with the other councils?
They're just treated as any other council.
Okay. So has the OLG done much work in the last 12 months with those county councils?
Not with them as a specific cohort. I know that they often meet together and will often make representations to various ministers and state government agencies as a group, because they have many things in common. I think we have had some interactions with them over the past year, but not on any particular matter that I'm aware of.
So those OPR statistics, are they... The information I have is that it's the latest ones are for, again, 2019-20, and for that financial year, 4 of the 10 county councils returned negative operational performance ratios. So there was Castlereagh Macquarie, which was negative 19.4%. Do we know what the reason for that was?
We'll take that on notice if that's okay.
And do we know what their OPR was for 2021? Thank you.
I don't have that to hand. We'll take it on notice.
So that particular, just for the committee's benefit, that particular county council, Castlereagh Macquarie, the OPR in FY 18-19 was actually 13.9%. So the swing from 13.9% to negative 19.4, 33.3% difference in one financial year. I would have thought that would have raised a red flag, shouldn't it have?
We'll take on notice if you're describing there's been a deterioration, but the county councils they're not a council in the sense of providing the suite of services that a council that you're thinking a major council in that sense. They're a unique subset under our legislation. But we'll take on notice questions.
But the nevertheless, the OPR would still be indicative of...
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you aware that same council, with that decline in the OPR, the GM's salary went from $27,375 to $69,927. So 155% increase in the same year that the OPR declined.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of this one, but we'll take on notice questions around this particular county council.
Okay, so no information on the GM salary for FY 2021, 21, 22?
I don't have that to hand. I'll take it on notice.
Again, that particular council relied on almost 90% of its revenue to come from grants and contributions, which told us about their compositions probably makes sense, I guess. But is it a concern then that such a large pay rise would have been afforded to the GM, given they're getting all their money from grants?
I'm not in a position to make a comment as to whether it would be a concern or not. I'll take on notice your comments about, or your observations and facts, statistics that you might want to provide to me about the position of that county council.
I mean, that same council spent 22% of total expenditure on governance and administration. So 22%. The next closest were New England Tablelands and Rouse Water, who spent 4% of total expenditure on government and administration. So I guess I'm just a bit concerned that the oversight body, the OLG, has no idea about these sort of stats coming out of a county council, and then a concomitant sort of increase in the GM's pay. I would have thought that would have been the sort of thing that the OLG would have been privy to and would have been aware of and perhaps would have acted on.
It is a weeds authority, and I'll take on notice comments and questions about its financial performance. We don't have that data to hand to answer today.
What about the Upper Hunter County, which was another one that experienced a significant shift? Again, OPR, that's the operational performance ratio, which is, as we've said, is a key indicator of financial performance. From FY 18-19 to 19-20, we went from 21% to -2%. No oversight or intel on that?
We'll need to take on notice. These are weed authorities primarily, so we'll take that on notice and think.
Unfortunate acronym seems to be how they're viewed, but anyway, Rose, did you?
Yeah, I might just ask just a couple of follow-up questions. Some of this information was discussed this morning, just about the support for newly elected councillors. So do you have a figure for how many first-time councillors were elected at the recent local government elections?
We have a rough percentage that there was approximately a 50% turnover. I'd need to take on notice how many were first-time elected officials.
Yeah, potentially some of them had been on council before and come back, yeah.
I don't think we have that figure with us today.
I mean, you know, even if that's a sort of ballpark figure, obviously that's quite high, particularly considering whether it's the situation that we've seen in Central Coast, you know, information, to be honest, that was provided to the ICAC about councillors not knowing what to do or where to go if they had, you know, concerns about misconduct on council. So, I just want to ask a couple more questions about the support for those people. So there is mandatory training, and we are aware that all bar 11 councils have completed the mandatory training. Is that correct?
They've reported to us that they've done their induction.
Yep. So, sorry, excuse me, mandatory induction. There's a handbook. Was that distributed to every councillor directly?
We might tag team on this one, but we've issued guidelines on the requirements of the new training provisions because they are new in terms of their...
So you've issued those guidelines to councils?
Yep. We've already been through a proactive onboarding that we sponsored. We have regular newsletters where we can communicate out to the sector anything and everything in terms of, you know, additional guidance, support, etc. But that comprehensive guidelines on the requirements of the new training has gone out. It goes through what they're required to undertake on a range of topics, which goes to your question about roles, responsibilities, ethical obligations, how to run meetings effectively, financial processes and practices, planning and reporting, council's operational business. So a range of things. And so we have been engaged directly, and we also, through regular liaison with LGNSW and other peaks, talk about how that training's going and any sort of feedback. And we'll be looking at this over the next few months because it is a new introduction, which I think will be well received and really helpful for the sector. Mel, I don't know if as we said, we did the informal checks, I guess, if you will, at this point before the reports come in as to how they're going and whether they're picking it up, and the feedback is that
and so those informal checks, they were to individual councillors or just to
through the GM?
Yes.
The GM.
It's actually the GM's responsibility to make sure that the induction training and that they've got professional development plans in place too.
I mean, yeah, and that's good, but I mean, obviously one of the concerns would be that because it is the responsibility of the general manager and, they're also running a council, that these things are perhaps not their priority and that the information is just not getting through to the individuals on the council, particularly when it might come to things like holding staff to account, which, as we've seen in Central Coast, was an issue. If it is the responsibility of the staff to train the councillors about how to ask them tough questions, maybe that information isn't communicated as clearly as it might be. I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, do you do any work trying to get into individual councillors to just check in about whether they're receiving the information that we might want them to receive?
Yeah, so the answer to that is yes. We do these proactive newsletters, circulars to council regularly.
And so they're going to individual councillor inboxes? Yep. Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt that training and capacity will be a strong feature of the misconduct review, because there is always room to improve, and this is, an area where new requirements are coming in and being picked up. No doubt at all that will become a feature in terms of feedback from the sector about additional training they might find helpful and valuable. So it's always going to be a pretty live discussion about the training you need to do a complex role as an elected official. But so far we've rolled out the new provisions, we're getting good feedback that it's being picked up, and we've also hosted induction workshops with councillors so that they're across some of these new requirements.
Can I just put something to you along that line of questioning though, because it sort of ties in with the questioning from this morning. So you've got, in the modern era, you've got this multiplicity of information coming in via email and bits of paper and all the rest of it, and let's be honest, we all do it. We filter out information to what we think is absolutely pertinent to the task at hand. I put it to you that a lot of those councils would just ignore it. And unless there's a more rigorous punitive regime, you're simply not going to reform councillors' behaviour. It doesn't matter. I mean, the training is good because I think that's a psychological shift with culture and the way people think. But how mature are the discussions on OLG about tightening up the recourse, the punitive action to pull councillors, bad behaving councillors, into line?
Yeah, and it's a completely fair question. How much does it actually penetrate into real life, into people's consciousness, etc., which we can't completely be accountable for. We're accountable for putting the information out, putting the frameworks, the guidelines, the communication out. In terms of whether or not it's a live discussion, absolutely through the misconduct review, that will look at what are an appropriate suite of sanctions in a contemporary framework.
And so that will include, for example, refusal to attend mandatory training, because, part of the issue may well be that all bar 11 councils at this stage have offered the training. I mean, we don't know whether actually all of the councillors attended it. And, I'm not sure if there are sanctions available currently for people who just decide that that's not important in their day and skip it. Is that the case currently?
So the current requirement is that general managers must provide induction training for councillors and refresher training for returning councillors and a specialist program for the mayor. And at the very minimum, that should include topics such as councillors' roles and responsibilities, working together effectively, their ethical and behavioural obligations, decision-making and meeting practice, integrated planning and reporting, financial processes and practices, and key areas of council's operations, including strategic land use. But I will
So, I mean, as I said, I know that is available. I mean, the requirement is on the General Manager to provide it. Is it not the requirement of the councillor to attend it?
It's then up to the councillors are then required to report it publicly on councillors and the mayor's participation in training.
So that's the sanction,
yes.
public.
So in
public
their
naming
annual
and shaming.
reports.
Yeah,
I think that's an important element about accountability to their community as well as through to...
It's okay if that's that's the answer. The answer is they're required to provide it, councillors are required to attend it, and if they don't, they're named, essentially, as failing to do that.
I tell you, I'll get them.
Yeah, and that framework is under consideration,
That's
presumably as part of the misconduct review is also considering those issues.
Well, this is in place now, but I've no doubt at all that the misconduct review will look at training capability and all aspects of that as well.
Yep. And so just to go back in a way to what I was getting at before and to my colleagues' questions as well, we have this situation where people are keen to represent their community, they'll be on council, so, they get there and then suddenly it's like, woof, wall of information, all of the kind of bulletins coming at them, the training, all of that. Some of that information is absolutely essential. Some of it's good and important, but perhaps less, this is a huge deal. Is there any, is it included in that communication or, the engagement through the councils themselves, trying to make sure that the core business is prioritised in terms of what's actually sinking in?
Yeah, so we do issue regular, I hear what you're saying, maybe not everyone picks them up in their inbox, but regular circulars. We did the induction training. One of the areas we'd like to explore going forward is to be able to make more web-based training available to councils. But we will take feedback as to the current provisions because they're new and how they're being received, and this may very well be an area that continues to grow.
One thing that we have done with the Hit the Ground Running training sessions, they are recorded sessions and they're available on the website for councillors to go back and review, and so it's there as a resource already. Those 12 training sessions.
I mean, and I am open to the idea that it is about making it available, but it is also the responsibility of the councillors themselves to take their responsibility seriously. So, you're trying to get that balance between, look, if you're going to put your name forward, you have to take your responsibility seriously, and the naming and shaming, to be honest, is part of that. Yeah. But also just to make sure that, we see these examples of where councillors claim that they didn't know. They didn't know the questions to ask, or they didn't know what to do. And so I'm obviously just trying to tease out what we can do to specifically communicate to them that core information. If you suspect corrupt conduct, if, when the budget is being presented. And so, what you're saying is that is included in the circulars that you're doing.
I think what we're saying is we provide a framework and some guidelines and materials and regular communication. Obviously, councillors must and should be liaising with their GM and staff too. So there are multiple avenues for that sort of discourse and for them to access information and resources.
I just point out a pertinent example just to tie this up, because the former Canada Bay councillor, Mijana Chestar, told the ICAC inquiry that, this is the Sidoti one, she was not sure who to report a concerning meeting with Mr Sidoti in 2016 to. Ms Castor told the inquiry she would have been more inclined to report Mr Sidoti's conduct, which, could have avoided the whole schmozzle, if she had been provided with guidance about where and who to report it to. So that's concerning, isn't it?
Well, I think that there are... corruption and integrity agencies do advertise how you can make complaints as well. I think that I'm not going to comment on a particular person who I don't know, and I don't know their motivation in making that comment, but there are well-known pathways as to how to report corrupt conduct in this state.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess that's right, but I mean, anyway, part of it is, you have councillors have conversations. I don't necessarily want to pick up the phone to ICAC, like everyone sort of gets that's a massive escalation. just being clear to them, here is what you should do, here is who you should call in the first instance. Is it the General Manager? Is it someone else? Is there a probity offer at Council? But anyway, your answer is that information is provided to councillors.
Yeah, and our website directs people as well. So.
The last question I just wanted to ask on this is, has there been any consideration given to sort of randomised in a way, spot checks on individual councillors, just to get a bit of a sense of what they do understand their obligations are? Like, I understand there are thousands of these people across the state, so I appreciate the communication is through the General Manager, but there might be some value in a bit of a randomised, check-in with councillors. What would you do in these circumstances? What do you understand your obligations are? Just to get a sense of where people are up to in terms of their knowledge base. Is that something that's been considered?
It is, and I think it's a really good point about being proactive, and we are shifting to a more proactive approach. We are about to commence, exactly as you've said, a random spot check on written disclosures. So this will be the start of a much more proactive approach. But the critical thing is that dialogue with councillors.
That's it.
Okay, I'm being hurried up by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, government officers, for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions on notice and any supplementary questions, of which I think there may be some. So thank you very much, everybody, and that concludes this part of the hearing. Thank you.